I am pleased to welcome you to the APDA Virginia Parkinson's Conference, designed for people with Parkinson's disease, as well as their care partners, family members, and healthcare providers. First, a thank you to all of our participants here today. We appreciated your patience as we navigated rescheduling the conference due to inclement weather, but the sun is shining, and so we're so glad that you guys are here with us today. So for those of you who are new to APDA, we are a nationwide grassroots network dedicated to fighting Parkinson's disease and working tirelessly to assist the more than 1.1 million people living with Parkinson's disease in the United States live life to the fullest. We promote hope and optimism through our innovative services, programs, education, and support. At APDA Virginia, we have a rich history. Our chapter first started in 1993 in Richmond, Virginia by our board member, Kathy Morton. The chapter has had several phases from the Hampton Roads chapter and now the Virginian chapter starting in 2022. We pride ourselves on being a communal-based organization, and we are here to help you and your loved ones on every step of their Parkinson's journey. I would like to thank our sponsors, our gold sponsor, Medtronic, our silver sponsor, Kara Kerman, Macon and John, Virginia Health Sciences, Lawrence J. Goldrich Institute for Integrated Neural Health, and Boston Scientific. Our bronze sponsors, Merck's Pharmaceuticals, Friends of APDA, Centera Therapy Centers of Suffolk, and Acadia Pharmaceuticals for generously funding this important program and acknowledging the critical need to provide education programs like this to people impacted by Parkinson's disease. A reminder that any medical information provided is solely for the purpose of providing information and not intended as medical advice. You should always consult with and discuss with your healthcare provider regarding specific medical and healthcare related instructions. On your tables, you will find a survey to complete during and after the program. Your feedback is instrumental in helping us plan future educational offerings. Finally, a few logistics before we get started. Volunteers are wearing yellow lanyards. Please raise your hands, volunteers. Okay, we have more, they're in the hallway. But if you have any questions, they are here to assist you throughout the day. We have also incorporated movement breaks in the program, but if you feel as though you need to stand up, please feel free to do so. We want you guys to feel comfortable. We know it's a long day ahead of us. And then finally, we do have an overflow room. It is labeled as the dogwood room. So if you guys need to step out, quieter environment, please feel free to use that room as well. So, time to finally begin. I am pleased to welcome our first presenter, Dr. Leslie Cloud. She is an associate professor of neurology and the director of the Parkinson's disease program at Virginia Commonwealth University's Parkinson's and Movement Disorder Clinic. She is a clinician investigator whose research is primarily focused on the development and testing of novel therapeutics for Parkinson's disease patients. Her recent work has focused on the development of a novel medication to treat gastrointestinal symptoms, novel deep brain stimulation techniques to treat dementia, and the use of vibration therapy applied to the feet to treat the freezing of gait in Parkinson's disease. Dr. Cloud earned a master's degree in clinical research at Emory University and a medical degree from the Medical College of Georgia. Please welcome Dr. Cloud.
That the microphone? Yeah. You're using this one or? You can use the main one, but this is to record on, so. Okay.
Okay, let's see. All right, good morning, everybody. So do you hear an echo? I hear an echo? Okay. I wonder if I turn the volume down on this, if we can get rid of the echo I'm hearing. Okay, all right. I'm gonna have to learn how to ignore the echo. All right, so good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to be here. I'm excited to talk to you about some of the most important walking problems that can occur in people with Parkinson's disease. I'd actually want to start with a visualization exercise because I think not everyone here has Parkinson's disease, and those of you who do may not have the specific walking problems that we're going to talk about today. So humor me and let me ask everyone to briefly close your eyes. And I want you to think back to a few minutes ago. How about if I stand closer to the mic? Does that solve the problem? Okay, perfect. So I'm going to ask everyone to close your eyes, and I want you to think back to a few minutes ago when you walked into the conference room and sat down in your seat. I'm guessing that it probably took you a few seconds, and you probably were not thinking about the mechanics of your walking. You might have been trying to decide what seat to pick, or maybe you were thinking about what you had for breakfast. But the program in your brain that tells you how to walk was running silently and automatically in the background while you were thinking about something else. And that's the normal situation. Now I want you to imagine the same scenario, only this time I've put powerful magnets in the soles of your shoes and I've magnetized the floor of the conference room, such that every single step you take requires a significant amount of effort to try to overcome those magnetic forces holding your feet to the ground. In that situation, it might take you 5 minutes to get to your chair. But you would probably do it calmly and safely because it would only take you a step or two to figure out strategies. You would figure out how much force it took to break the magnetic pull. And you would come up with ways to do it more quickly and more efficiently. And you would probably get from point A to point B safely. Now, finally, I want you to imagine a final scenario wherein I only magnetize bits and pieces of the floor, completely at random. So this time, with every step, you never know when you're going to get stuck and when you're not. In this situation, it might take anywhere from 5 seconds to 5 minutes for you to get to your chair. And you never know which one of those it's going to be. And furthermore, this time you're extremely anxious because you're anticipating the next time you're going to get stuck. And you don't have the opportunity to develop strategies because each step is different. That final scenario is what life is like for our Parkinson's patients who experience freezing of gait, which is the problem that I really want to focus on today. So with that in mind, I'll ask everybody to open your eyes. And let's talk about the problem. There we go. So let's talk about the problem in numbers. So 12 million people globally are living with Parkinson's disease, and in the US alone, approximately 90,000 new cases are diagnosed each year. These numbers are rising. Of those 12 million people, about 70% endorse having walking problems. 60% at any given time experience this problem of freezing of gait. 65% have balance problems, and 70% fall. This is an expensive problem, and it's a dangerous problem. So we spend about $51.9 billion a year on taking care of patients with Parkinson's disease, with about half of it being direct medical costs and about half being indirect from lost wages, caregiver needs, etc. And there was a study in Germany that showed that the direct annual cost to care for a Parkinson's patient who falls is 3 times that of a Parkinson's patient who does not fall. And another study out of Australia showed that if we could prevent just one fall, each fall that we prevent that we prevent saves about $574. So freezing of gait and falling are common problems in Parkinson's disease. They're the most dangerous problems that affect walking in Parkinson's disease. But there are many other issues that can affect walking in PD, and they can start early in the disease process. This slide just gives you an idea of the breadth and the depth of changes that can occur in walking in someone with Parkinson's. We're not going to talk about all of these. We're going to focus on the more common and more debilitating issues that I've already mentioned. So what is freezing of gait more specifically? So this is a problem where someone is temporarily unable to walk despite the intention to do so. And it happens unexpectedly sometimes and unpredictably. And the time that they are stuck can vary from just a few seconds to several minutes. And it's a problem that is often triggered by certain environmental conditions. Some of the more common ones are when someone stands up and first begins to initiate walking, they can experience freezing. Turning to change direction is a common trigger. Tight spaces, clutter can trigger freezing of gait. Changes in the pattern on the floor on the near horizon can trigger a freeze. And there are many others, but these are some of the most common. The key is that what triggers one person's freezing of gait does not necessarily trigger the next person's freezing of gait. And so it's a very idiosyncratic, personal problem. And it can change over time. So what triggers your freezing now may not be what triggers your freezing 3 years from now. So this is a very elusive and confusing problem to try to figure out at an individual level. So to try to tie this together for people who may not have experienced freezing, this is a video of a patient who was participating in a research study who is asked to just walk from point A to point B. So he's standing at the blue chair and he's being asked to walk to the chair in front of him. And when I play the video, you're going to see that he's moving along well with good momentum. And then he gets to a grate on the floor halfway through the path that causes a pattern change and it triggers a freeze. And you're going to see what happens when he freezes and how he tries to overcome that and move again. Okay, so that's freezing of gait. Freezes often trigger falls, by the way. So if you can prevent freezing and minimize it, you can often prevent falls. So another problem that's closely related to freezing is called festination of gait. And this is often described by people as shuffling, where they feel as though their feet almost run away from them because the speed of the steps get faster and faster and faster and faster. And they may get shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter, and their feet don't pick up as much, from the ground. There's a shuffling movement, and this often will culminate in a freeze or a fall. Also a very dangerous problem. So here's a video of someone experiencing gait festination.
Festinating gait is one in which the patient involuntarily moves with short accelerating steps, often on tiptoe, with the trunk flexed forward and the legs flexed stiffly at the hips and knees. It is seen in Parkinson's disease and other neurologic conditions. This gait leads to increased frustration in the client due to high amounts of energy being used while the client is still not getting very far.
So in that situation, the center of gravity, is shifted forward because of the accelerated steps, and it's very likely to result in a fall. So what do we do to treat freezing of gait when it exists? It's complicated because, as I told you, this is a very personalized problem. And the same is true not only in the way that it manifests itself and what triggers it, but in how it responds to various treatments. So the oral medications that we use to treat all the other motor aspects of Parkinson's, like the tremor and the stiffness and the slowness, don't always help with freezing of gait or gait festination. And in fact, sometimes they make things worse, which is a pickle. Deep brain stimulation and focused ultrasound, which are surgical treatment options for advanced motor manifestations of Parkinson's disease, similarly don't always help gait issues, and in fact, they can also sometimes make them worse. The most reliable intervention that we have is actually physical therapy, which can be very helpful in helping people to learn strategies to avoid and shorten their freezes, and also improve their safety when walking, reduce their fall risk. But physical therapy has limitations as well. And just a few of those, your response to PT may be limited by several factors. Parkinson's patients often have cognitive issues that may make it hard for them to reliably implement the strategies that their physical therapist is trying to teach them. Insurance companies in the United States don't like to pay for ongoing maintenance PT for the rest of your life, and truly that's ideally what we need for people who experience freezing of gait and frequent falls. And so access to ongoing PT is a limiting factor. And then also the knowledge and skill set of the individual PT matters. If you're working with a PT who's never really worked with the Parkinson's population and doesn't know a lot about freezing and gait, that's obviously not as ideal as if you're working with a specialist like some of the ones that you have access to here. So PT has its limitations, but it is very effective in the right circumstances. So one of the methods that physical therapists and neurologists often recommend for patients with freezing of gait is cueing. So a cueing device is a device that delivers some kind of external cue to try to help unfreeze the patient during an episode. And these can come in different varieties. So there are auditory cueing devices, for example, music or a metronome that provides a rhythm that the patient can use to pace their steps. There's visual cueing devices like canes and walkers that have a laser attached to them that project a laser line on the floor in front of the individual so that they can kind of mentally try to step over that line, and that can help them break out of a freeze. And in fact, the video I showed you of the gentleman who was frozen at the grate, if you were looking carefully, you could see that the way that he eventually got out of it was he used one leg to sort of very aggressively step over that line. And then there's tactile cues, which are either electrical stimulation or vibration applied to a body part, usually the leg or the foot, in order to draw the person's attention to that area and kind of break away from that automatic walking program running in the background to one that is more deliberate and conscious so that they can walk more normally. So those are the different types of cues. And again, we don't know exactly how they work, but the thought is that they work by shifting walking control to a more conscious process rather than one that's automatic and running in the background. And what that does is it uses a different brain region that's less affected by the Parkinson's disease. So we think that's how they work. So what are some of the limitations of currently available cueing devices? So the auditory and the visual cueing devices do have some practical limitations. So auditory devices can hamper your ability to communicate with people around you. I had a patient who responded extraordinarily well to auditory cues. And so his solution was to have an iPad that played classical music at the top volume, and he carried it with him everywhere. And while it worked very well for his freezing, as you can imagine, that makes it very hard for everyone around him. And it makes it hard for him to communicate with people because you're trying to shout over the music at all times. So there are just some practical limitations to that. Visual cueing devices have their practical limitations. So if you're relying on a laser line projected onto the ground in front of you to walk smoothly, you're constantly looking at the ground. Not a great idea when you're out in public trying to cross the street, etc. And so that can pose some problems as well. And so because of these issues, some people think that tactile cueing devices might be the best solution for most people, but that's all presuming that you respond to them, because not all cues are created equally for, you know, any individual. One may work, another may not. And so again, this is very individualized. So additional problems with currently available cueing devices, most of them require that the user push a button to activate the cue. So these visual cueing devices on canes and lasers require the user to push a button to turn that laser on or off. That may be a problem if you have Parkinson's disease and you have fine motor control issues, especially while you're frozen, to try to deploy that cue. So that's a limitation. And then again, if someone has cognitive issues, they may not always remember to use the cue when they need it. And so it can be less efficient or effective because of that. And then lastly, if you have constant cueing, you just leave the cue on all the time, you run the risk of habituation where your brain gets used to it and it doesn't work anymore. So there are a lot of limitations to current cueing devices. And so the bottom line is that what most people think would be ideal is to have a closed loop cueing system that is turned off until you need it, but that turns itself on precisely at the moment when you need it. And that a tactile cue might be the most practical cue for that closed loop system. So it's actually this particular problem that brought together the research team that I work with now, because this was really our goal, to create a closed loop wearable cueing system that would only deliver a cue at the moment when it's needed, when someone freezes. So our research team is actually largely Williamsburg based. I'm based in Richmond at VCU, as is Dr. Pretzer, Avoff. But we work with a team of computer scientists here at William and Mary, led by Dr. Gong Zhou. And together over the last 6 years, we have been working on this solution. So our solution is currently called GateGuard, and it is a closed loop wearable system that is worn on the ankle. And it consists of an IMU sensor. I don't know if I have a laser pointer, but top left, there's a small IMU sensor that's worn on the leg, and it is analyzing your walking at all times by a computer on a smartphone that you have in either your pocket or in the general vicinity. And we're able to, based on the algorithms that my computer science colleagues have come up with, we're able to, in real time, detect a freeze within milliseconds of when it starts. And then the computer that does that detection then tells a vibrating device on the foot to activate. So that's the concept, and this was funded by the National Institute of Health and the National Science Foundation. So what have we been able to accomplish? So we're able to detect anywhere from 96 to 99% of freezes when they occur, so it's quite sensitive. Initial prototype was not terribly specific, and we had a lot of false positives, but we were able to troubleshoot that, look into what the cause of those false positives were. And what I mean by false positives is the machine thinks that you are freezing when in fact you are not. Maybe you're voluntarily stopping, or maybe you're just turning around. So we wanted to improve that false positive rate, because again, if you're vibrating too frequently, you run the risk of habituation and it doesn't work. So over time, we were able to dramatically reduce that false positive rate to get it to a point where it's now in an acceptable range for clinical use. And our average intervention latency is around 378 milliseconds, which is well within the less than 1 second time frame that you need for it to be real time. And just so that you know where this is going, we have formed a company and are working on commercializing this device to try to get it out to people as soon as possible. So that's what we've been doing on the research side. So let's talk about what we've been doing on the clinic side. So many of you have probably experienced that when you go to a follow-up appointment with your neurologist, you have to cover a lot of ground in a short amount of time. And lots of symptoms have to be discussed. And so hopefully it's coming out if you're having problems with your walking imbalance or you're having falls, and hopefully you're getting that physical therapy referral if you don't already have it. And hopefully your medications are being adjusted as needed, and maybe your stimulator is being programmed as needed. But that's a lot of ground to cover in what is probably a 20 to 30-minute follow-up. So the status quo doesn't always do the best job of getting to the root of what's driving someone's individual freezing and walking problems and falls. So we really have, for years, wanted to come up with a way to better address these issues clinically. And so we have launched a new clinical program specifically for people with gait and balance issues and freezing of gait that have not responded well to the traditional healthcare delivery system. So we have put together a team of both research and clinical physical therapists, neurologists, and we now run a gait clinic once a month that offers a very comprehensive assessment. It consists of a typical neurological history and physical exam, but we take the time, if we need to do that off medication, off stimulation, on medication, on stimulation, to figure out what's of the treatment modalities that you're using, what's really driving the problem. We also do a very quantitative assessment of walking imbalance using a lot of state-of-the-art technology, but also a lot of low-tech methods to really try to understand the details of people's problems, so that, and we look at cognition and we look at mood, because both of those things affect freezing of gait in a very significant way. And at the end of about 4 hours of assessments, the goal is that you leave with a much better understanding of what's driving your problem. And you also leave with a written report for your regular neurologist, your physical therapist, with concrete recommendations about what can be done. And we're also asking everyone who attends our clinic to consider signing a consent form so that we can use their clinical information for research purposes, so that over the years we can learn more about what interventions work best for these problems and which ones are less effective. So just an idea of some of the things we do on the technology side. We have a device called a balance tutor, which is a treadmill that you are strapped into for safety, and it allows us to move the earth under your feet, so to speak. So the treadmill, while you're walking on it, can deliver a perturbation in all 4 directions. So we literally move the treadmill while you're walking on it. In order to really look at your compensation strategies, what do when we do that to you? Which legs, are you relying on most heavily? How are you handling the weight shift, et cetera, so that we can really then hone in on what you need to be working on in physical therapy to prevent a fall when you do freeze or festinate. And I'll show you a video of a patient with Parkinson's disease on the balance tutor. So if you look carefully, you'll see that the platform is moving only one direction at a time, but it's moving in different directions. And he's compensating very well, so you don't really see anything happening with him until we move in one direction that really does throw him off there. And so we're able to learn a lot about kind of what people's vulnerabilities are. We also use IMU sensors that are either wearable things that we can use to collect detailed information about people's walking speed and symmetry between the right and left side and their balance. And we have some that they can take home, because as many of you have probably experienced, and I hear this every day in clinic, you come to clinic and your walking is excellent, and you go home and your walking is terrible. And it's usually the spouse that is sitting there like this, saying, they never walk like this at home. It's like when you take your car to the mechanic and it stops making that noise, right? So we're able to send people home sometimes with monitoring devices so that we can really understand what's actually happening at home and how is that responding to our treatment interventions. And I mentioned all the low-tech stuff that we do. We use a lot of validated outcome assessments to look at various aspects of freezing and walking and balance. And we even have an obstacle course for the people who aren't able to just intuitively tell us, these are the things that trigger my freezing and my falls. We have a booby-trapped obstacle course with all the common triggers that we put you through to try to make you freeze so that we can figure out what your vulnerabilities are. So we spend a lot of time doing this. And so then we're able to recommend treatment plans that are very customized to the individual's unique set of problems. So you may end up with medication changes. You may end up with changes to your deep brain stimulator programming. You might be recommended to approach your physical therapy a little bit differently than you have been, or you might be recommended to see a psychologist because maybe anxiety is the biggest driver of your particular freezing problem. We do recommend a lot of devices, like some of those cueing devices that we talked about, if we see that you respond really well to one of those. And we also do a lot of clinical trials related to freezing at gait. And so sometimes we can offer people an opportunity to participate in a trial of a new therapeutic. So that's what we're doing on the clinical side right now. So I hope this was informative, both to help you understand this kind of frustrating and uniquely dangerous problem of freezing at gait, and also give you a little bit of information about what we're doing at VCU, both on the research and the clinical side to try to tackle this problem. If you're interested in being evaluated in our gait clinic, you can reach out to me via email and we'll get you scheduled. And if you are interested in participating in any research studies related to walking or balance problems, you're welcome to email my research coordinator, Gina, at this email address. And before I stop, I'll just also make a plug for some of our other research studies that are currently enrolling. So even if you don't have any walking or balance problems, if you have Parkinson's disease with advanced motor symptoms and off time, we are actively recruiting for a number of research studies for therapeutics for those particular issues. So you can reach out to Gina at that email as well if you're interested in hearing more about opportunities to participate in clinical trials. So with all that said, I'll stop talking and take questions if you have them. I think someone's going to come to you with a microphone, so hold tight, that way everybody can hear you.
Somebody got the next. My question is there a role for artificial intelligence, the way you're doing it? You're using it. Is it possible that all this wonderful information will be put into artificial intelligence, which might give you some further insights?
So for anybody that did not hear the question, I'll just repeat it, and please jump in if I misrepresent your question. But I think what I heard is, what is the role of artificial intelligence in what we talked about today? And that's an excellent question. So the algorithms that our computer is using to analyze the walking in real time and detect freezing of gait accurately are using pretty sophisticated deep learning, machine learning models like convolutional neural networks and the like. And so we are using some of those very advanced computer science techniques in order to pull this off. And so, you know, that all sort of falls under the umbrella of AI. A lot of those techniques fall under that umbrella. Moving forward, some of the things that we're doing to try to advance this even further are to begin to incorporate environmental sensing to see those triggers on the near horizon while we're watching how your feet are reacting to those triggers so that we can detect the freeze before it occurs. So instead of it being 370 milliseconds after you start to freeze, we want it to be 370 milliseconds before it even happens, because we've realized that your walking is starting to show some early changes in response to a change in the pattern on the floor 6 feet away. That very much is relying on artificial intelligence to take data from the camera of the smartphone and the LiDAR sensors to get at how far away the trigger is, throwing that all into, for lack of a better way to express it as a non-computer scientist, AI system that can put all that information together and interpret it. So it's at the heart of what we're doing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So if I understand correctly, this is all right now focused on the minute, the second the freezing starts happening. Do you see runway for this to evolve to where it can use things like that metronome for the rhythmic sound to actually help just gait entirely?
Yes. So the wearable device and the system for real-time gait analysis can be toggled to any sensory cue, visual, audio, tactile, or in the future where this is eventually going is deep brain stimulation. So we know when you freeze, we change your stimulation parameters, right, with closed loop stimulation. So the key breakthrough from our perspective is the ability to analyze the walking in real time and detect the change and detect the freezing. And then you can tie it to whatever cue works for the individual. Because as I told you earlier, one cue does not fit all. What works for you doesn't work for you and may not work for you, right? So what we've studied mostly is vibration, and that's what our company is focused on. But the reality is that it could be anything.
So I just had a question about the practical application of cues while we're waiting for this cool new monitor to come out. When you're talking about cues like metronome or music, so that, if I understand right, that has to be like constantly going in the background. So if someone's using a metronome, they need to have it always tick-tocking while they're moving.
Yeah, great question. Did everybody hear that, or should I repeat the question? Repeat it. Okay. So the question was, if you're using an auditory cue like a metronome or music, do you have to have it on all the time, or can you use it as needed? The answer is yes, both. And so there are companies that make smart devices that have a metronome embedded within them that the user can activate whenever they want, and through different mechanisms. So some where you push a button to make it turn on when you want it to, some where you have to make a particular body movement. Like I was just at a conference 2 weeks ago and I saw a company from the Netherlands that has a wearable device with a metronome and vibration that the patient can activate in a variety of different ways based on what works best for them. So like one way to activate it is to flex your leg. Another way to activate it is to push the button. So it can be intermittent. It just depends on the device that you're using. If you don't have a smart device like that, then you can make your own solution by just using your cell phone and an app that has a metronome on it, or play music on your cell phone, but then it's gonna be on. We've got somebody over here. Susan. Okay. Okay.
I know in drumming they use metronome and they work on timing and rhythm. Have you explored drumming?
Absolutely. A lot of people have, not just us. So yes, it's well known that drumming is an outstanding exercise for a variety of reasons. A few years ago, we collaborated with a group that did taiko drumming, which is a form of Japanese drumming that uses huge drums, and to play them, you have to sort of shift your center of weight and move quite a lot, make big, large movements to be able to manipulate these huge drums. And we weren't doing it as a research study, we were just doing it as a fun class for people with Parkinson's to participate in. And then we just surveyed them on their response. But the responses surprised us because what we expected is for people to say that it improved their balance and their walking and their movement. And they did say that they felt that way. But what also surprised us was that a lot of people felt that it improved their memory and their cognition because they had to memorize the sequences that we were learning, and then just the rhythmicity of the drumming and the exercise really, they felt like was helpful to them, not only in terms of pacing their movement, but helping them think, better and more quickly. And a lot of people have studied different types of drumming. There's lots of publications out there about this. This is pretty well described, that it can be quite beneficial in a variety of ways.
I don't know if you know the answer to this because insurance is your clinic evaluation covered by Medicare or insurance?
Yeah, great question. So the question is, how are you paying for this clinic evaluation that's 4 hours long? The truthful answer is that it is impossible in our current healthcare system to scale this for that very reason. So the way that we're paying for it, we are billing for bits and pieces of it. So you spend an hour with a physical therapist who bills for that hour of time. You spend an hour with a neurologist who bills for that hour of time. And we just don't bill for the other 2 hours, and we're able to do that because we get philanthropic support to help pay for that. I don't know how to scale it. That's my biggest hurdle. I was asked to speak about this, actually, this pilot program at the annual Parkinson's Foundation Clinical Care Conference, and I know I'm gonna get just mauled by the audience because everybody's gonna say, well, this is all fine and dandy, but how the hell are we supposed to do this and pay for it? So I don't have the answer for that yet, but what we're doing is trying to get smarter about how we can capture some revenue from it and figuring out ways to, fund the rest. And, hopefully we will see our healthcare system evolve over time such that things like this become more scalable.
Does the patient's visual ability, eyesight quality, impact their episodes of gait irregularities?
Yeah, so I'm not gonna repeat that question because you were nice and loud, and I think probably everybody heard that. But yes, absolutely. If you have problems with your vision, that's absolutely gonna impact your ability to safely walk and navigate the environment. And so that is an important part of what physical therapists do when they evaluate you. They look and see if you have any problems with your oculomotor system or your vision, and the neurologists do that as well. And if anything is found, it's always going to be recommended that you see an ophthalmologist and have those issues addressed because it's very important.
Line chart. Go to UVA. Is that the same line chart or is it just?
No, so I am at Virginia Commonwealth University, and while we use the same medical record system as UVA, your MyChart at UVA is not linked to me because I'm not your physician. So the only way that MyChart will work is if you're a patient at VCU Health. So what you would need to do is just email me.
A final question?
I would prefer to ask a question. my turn? I had an episode 2 weeks ago. It was much like what you described, where you said it was magnets. Mine, I kept saying it was like suction cups. I was trying to raise my leg. And I had tips, my fingers were bothering me, and my tips, my toes were bothering me. But the doctor says, maybe you have neuropathy. It turns out I was giving a golf lesson to a friend of mine who had the same symptoms. He said, I took B12, put it under my tongue, it's gone. I'm telling you, I took B12, gone.
Yep.
This is B12. B12 gets affected by levodopa.
So couple comments on that. So vitamin B12 deficiency is extremely common, even if you don't have Parkinson's disease, if you're over the age of 50. Because what happens is that after the age of 50, the enzyme in your stomach that's needed to absorb the B12 out of your food that you eat falls apart. You don't have enough of it anymore. And so you don't absorb enough B12. And so the problem with B12 deficiency is that it can cause memory problems, it can cause neuropathy, and it can cause problems that can look very much like a spinal cord injury over time if left untreated. So this is why all primary care doctors every 1 or 2 years are going to check your B12 level at your annual physical if you're over the age of 50. Because if you have B12 deficiency, it absolutely needs to be treated. And if you treat it, the symptoms get better. And sometimes very quickly if you're deficient. So B12 is very important. It's not a problem unique to Parkinson's disease. Just by virtue of having PD doesn't mean you're more likely to be B12 deficient. It's more related to age. There are other B vitamins that may be compromised if you're taking high doses of levodopa over a long period of time. And some of those can cause neuropathy too. And so the key thing is if you're having new symptoms, you need to talk to your doctor about it and you need to get tested. Get your B vitamin levels checked. And if they're low, fix it. And if they're not, then maybe there's something else going on and you need other testing. So any new symptoms, always talk to your doctor. Thank you.
All right.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started. I am pleased to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Pravi, who holds the Distinguished Alfred E. Abigenis Professorship in Geriatrics and serving as the Medical Director at the Comprehensive Memory Center at Eastern Virginia Medical School and the Macon and Joan Brock Virginia Health Sciences at Old Dominion University. His research is primarily focused on exploring clinical therapeutics for Alzheimer's disease and investigating novel treatments for neuropsychiatric symptoms in individuals with dementia. Currently, he serves as the principal investigator for several ongoing research studies. He is also a member of the Alzheimer's Association's International Work Group and recently elected to the Board of Directors for the National Alzheimer's Association. Please welcome Dr. Pravi.
Hear me? Yes. Great, wonderful. Well, first of all, good morning. I just wanted to thank APDA organizers, especially Naomi and her colleagues for inviting me to provide this talk to you. Usually I talk about Alzheimer's, cognitive disorders related to Alzheimer's. So, but this is a great opportunity to talk about non-Alzheimer's cognitive impairment. Also a disclosure, I really need to walk when I talk because I think better. That's the way that my brain is probably wired. So if you don't mind, I'm gonna walk and make it a little bit more, interactive. Second, is I would like to welcome and introduce our, new administrator for Goldrich Neural Health Institute, Dr. Nabil Akram, who, yeah, please. Hang here. He joined with lots of experience in healthcare. He's actually joining us from Hopkins, and hopefully we can expand our clinical work and also research related to Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease. In fact, probably in August or September, we will have our first movement disorder specialist at the Goldrich Neural Health Institute. So feel free to talk to Dr. Akram and just get more information. And also we have a table outside that Brielle is our research coordinators standing there. And she'll be more than happy to share some information related to our work, clinical work, and also research. Okay. Let's see if that works. For some reason, my pointer doesn't work. Maybe just the pointer. Okay, let's see. Okay, so these are my disclosures. I do quite a few different type of research to get funded for, for that, but that goes to my institution rather than my own pocket, unfortunately. So here's the outline of my talk. First, I'll talk a little bit about cognitive aging spectrum from normal aging to dementia. And then after that, I'm going to move to explain a little bit about Parkinson's disease, both motor and non-motor symptoms that patients with Parkinson's will have. And then Parkinson's disease, dementia. That's the main part of my discussion. Cognitive disorders related to Parkinson's disease, which means Parkinson's disease, dementia, or mild cognitive impairment. We'll talk about that later on. So we talk about cognitive changes and prevalence and neurochemical changes that happens, risk factors and protective factors, neuropsychiatric symptoms related to Parkinson's disease, dementia, and also differences between Parkinson's disease, dementia, and Lewy body dementia. And then some treatment strategies, pharmacological and non-pharmacological. So if you're going to talk about dementia, we need to know about cognition. What is cognition? As you can see here, the process of knowing, being aware, and thinking, and learning, and judging. That's cognition. So being able to handle different kind of things with cognitive loads, you need to have intact cognitive faculty. And main of those cognitive faculty are written here: memory, which is very, very important, but that's not the only one. We have also attention. So what right now you're all using your cognitive faculty to learn about this talk, right? So if you don't really pay attention, you're not going to learn. If you can't really memorize, you're not going to learn about this talk. The other cognitive faculty, as you can see here, is language. And language is talking, and then reading, writing, and also understanding. So that's all language. And then executive function, that's the kind of boss of your brain. It's like how you plan for different things and how you execute your plans. And then finally, last but not least, visual spatial skills. And that's about like knowing the distance or size or shape of objects to you. It's like kind of looking at things through your brain rather than through your eyes. So these are the main cognitive faculty that always use. In fact, even if you are asleep, you still use cognitive skills because major part of our learning happens during our sleep. So this is the cognitive aging spectrum. As you can see, it starts from the top, which is the supernormal people, and then ends to the disease stage, which is MCI, myocardial impairment, and dementia. Supernormal people, I'm not gonna spend that much time, because that's just only 1 to 5% of us here. So probably we have 1 or 2 people, or maybe maximum of 5, in our group here who are supernormal. And these are people that we call super agers, meaning that their cognitive ability at the age of, for example, 80, it's like someone who is at the age of 55 or 60 at middle age. So, but those people, unfortunately, not too many. I'm not one of them, I wish I was, but not. So let's talk about majority of us, which is typical normal. What is typical normal? Now, I'm gonna ask you to, I'm gonna just kind of ask a quiz. And I want you to raise your hands if you think that's correct. I'm gonna ask about the time that our age-related memory loss starts. Those people who think that starts at the age of 80, please raise your hands. I don't see any hands. 70, raise your hand. I don't see any. 60. I see quite a few. 50. Wow, much, much more. 40. Some. 30. I see few. Well, let's take a look at that. Tim Sothaus did a very nice study. So he looked at more than 2,300 people and looked at 4 different cognitive skills. As you can see here, for example, memory here, and then reasoning, spatial visualization, and speed. And he performed 3 different tests for each of these cognitive skills. And these are people between the age of 20 to 60. What he realized that for all of these different cognitive skills, people start to slow down or decline around the age of high 20s to early 30s, believe it or not. So probably we are the best at our best game when we are around the age of 30 or so. As you can see, all of them are going down, unfortunately. Now, this is up to the age of 60. What happens after the age of 60? This is after the age of 60, 61 to 88, 90. And as you can see, that drops. And that drop actually goes quite steep later on when we are older. And this is, again, totally normal. This is age-related memory loss. So starts very early. So, as I mentioned, the age that starts 25, it's a slow and gradual decline up to the age of 60. And after that, it becomes more rapid. But you're still able to learn. You're still able to create new memories. And you're still able to enjoy your life. So that's normal age-related memory loss. These are more vulnerable cognitive skills when people get older that are affected. And those, as you can tell, you can probably see very well here, multitasking skills. So your skills of doing few things together at the same time actually drops. The other one is inhibitory control. How many times have you've heard of, 80, 85-year-old or 90-year-old say, well, I'm 90-year-old and I've got to say what comes to my mind, right? That's common. And that's normal to certain states. The other thing is episodic memory, remembering names, appointments, dates, conversations. Those kind of things are also quite significantly affected, but again, within normal range. And then we have processing speed, how fast you can react, how fast you can process things. That also is being affected. And the last thing is working memory. And what is working memory? It's like, for example, you're not actually at your phone site. You look at the phone number and you need to dial. So then you really need to find the phone, right? But you need to repeat that number, right? Until you get your phone and then being able to dial. That's extra short-term memory. That also is being affected in patients with, in a normal aging process, not patients, normal aging process. But there are certain cognitive skills that they remain the same or actually gets better. For example, resilience. So we know that older people, they have much more tolerance in really accepting disasters or stressful situations. That's something that we see in patients, in the people who are older. Or compassion, meaning that like feeling with you, that also gets better when you get older. Or the other one is stress tolerance. Again, the tolerance goes up. And wisdom. We go to older people to get advice. So those kind of skills get better. In fact, language is also one of them that is not really affected by age. In fact, if you take a look at Nobel laureates, majority of them in literature, majority of them are in their 50s or 60s. It's just because language is not really affected that much. So now this is about brain volume in people who have age-related memory loss. I showed that memory loss starts at the age of 20, 30, very, very early, but also shrinkage in the brain also starts around the same age. Around age of 30, 35, you start to have shrinkage. This shrinkage continues, but when it reaches age of 70, then that becomes a little bit faster. So by the age of 75, we've lost 10% of the volume in our brain. So that's significant, but again, that is normal, age-related volume loss in our brain. So we talked about age-related memory loss. Now let's talk about subjective cognitive decline. What is subjective cognitive decline? Well, subjective cognitive decline is like you noticed some changes in your memory compared to, let's say, your baseline. Now it's more difficult for you to remember things, to retrieve facts. So that can, of course, happen. But then you come to our memory center, for example, and we do memory tests. We realize that everything is blue ribbon normal. So it's just subjective cognitive decline that you have noticed, but we don't really have any evidence to feel that this is quite significant. If you take a look at numbers, by the age of 85, almost 90% of people have subjective cognitive decline. And then by the age of over 65, about 50% of people under the age of 65, about 20% of people will have age-related subjective cognitive decline. People come and ask, what are the red flags? Where should I really be concerned about subjective cognitive decline? So these are the red flags. For example, if some people come to our clinic and they say, I have memory loss, and I ask for how long? And say, well, 30 years, right? Or from the very young age. That's probably not important because that's you, right? But if it happens within the last 5 years, that's one of the red flags. If the age of onset is over the age of 60, that is a red flag. Probably you need to seek medical advice and have some evaluation by a specialist. Or you have really particular concern about your memory loss, or when you compare yourself to your peers, same age, same education, you feel that your memory is worse. Those are significant red flags. Or your loved one, your children, your spouse, they feel that there is something going on. That's specifically very, very important. And nowadays, you can do all the genetic testing, right? So you can send the saliva to 23andMe, right? Have you heard of that? You can do your genetic, not that I really recommend to do so, but that's common. Our patients actually come with a 23andMe report. So if you have one APOE4, that's a copy of this gene, then that increases your risk of Alzheimer's. Of course, that becomes important if you have subjective cognitive decline, or you have multiple cardiovascular risks. For example, you have blood pressure, you have cholesterol, you have diabetes, and then smoke. That definitely increases your risk. Based on one study, this is a study of studies. They looked at cardiovascular risks. If someone has hypertension, that increases your risk of dementia by 1.5 times. If that person has diabetes and hypertension, that increases the risk by 3 times. Now, diabetes, hypertension, Smoking, 14 times. That's how it goes up. It's actually exponential. So for those people who have multiple cardiovascular risks and they have subjective cognitive decline, we recommend assessment. Now, we talked about the normal stage, supernormal, normal age appropriate memory loss, subjective cognitive decline. Now we're going to talk about the disease stage, mild cognitive impairment and dementia. So what is normal aging versus dementia? Most people come and ask about that, right? And usually when I talk, people actually say, well, what is normal and what is not? Well, I think most of us, if not all, have sometimes made a bad decision. Raise your hand if you made a bad decision in your life, ever. Okay, I don't feel bad. So, because I do. And how many times I hear from my wife that was silly. So, or missing a monthly payment. Well, thanks God now we have auto payment, right? But before that, how many of you have done that before? I've done it. Some of you. Good. Or forgetting which day it is in the week, right? Especially if you don't work, right? Who cares? It's Saturday or Tuesday, right? So those are normal things. Or for example, you're going to talk about something and then you can't really come up with that word. In fact, from the beginning of this talk, you didn't probably know this, but maybe 3 or 4 times I was looking for a word, I couldn't find a substitute or something else, right? That happens. And then occasionally losing things, your cell phone, your credit card, whatever. That happens, right? Now, how many of you have gone to a grocery store and parked your car? You know what I'm going to say, right? Yes. Then you come back, you can't find your car. What do? Clickers, right? Great. That's normal if it happens once in a while, right? But if you drive with your family to a grocery store and then go for, shopping, and then you come back to your car and forget that your family actually came with you. And you go home, and then nobody's home, what the hell are they, right? And then you pick up the phone and call your wife, right? That's not normal. And this is exactly what happened in our story. This is a true story, one of our patients. So that's not normal, right? So when you take a look at dementia, dementia is really poor judgment, decision making, having trouble with cognitive skills that affects your day-to-day function. Now, you forget what day it is, and you ask 10 times during the day. Or if problem with word finding really affects your communication with other people, right? So that is not normal. So that's the difference between dementia and normal aging. People with dementia, they become dependent in performing day-to-day function. For example, they may not be able to drive, they may not be able to manage finances and so on and so forth. What is the difference between mild cognitive impairments and dementia? Mild cognitive impairments is very mild memory problem. And we can find some issues in memory or cognitive skills with our memory test, but it's not significant enough to affect your day-to-day function. It may take you a little bit of longer time, but you're still able to finish it. That's mild cognitive impairment. Dementia, on the other hand, you become dependent to other people. So the cognitive impairment becomes more and more important. So then you become dependent on daily function. So that's the difference between mild cognitive impairment and dementia. There are 400 different causes of dementia, right? So you heard about the definition of dementia, right? The difference between Alzheimer's and dementia. Dementia is the syndrome. People who have memory loss affects day-to-day activity. But there are 400 different causes under this umbrella. One of them is Alzheimer's, which is the most common one. But as you can see here, Lewy body dementia and Parkinson's disease dementia, those are another ones. And we're going to talk about Parkinson's disease dementia. How do we differentiate between these? When people come to our memory center, and by the way, we don't need any referral for our memory center. So people can call and make an appointment, and come see us. When people come, we ask questions, interview patients and also caregivers separately. We do a memory test. It's a 90 minutes memory test, which is very, very helpful to give us an idea if there's something objectively wrong. And then we do some imaging studies, some advanced imaging, we do volumetric studies, look at volumes of different parts of your brain. And then we have more advanced imaging studies like amyloid PET imaging. And then, of course, spinal tap, mainly for Alzheimer's disease. And now there's a blood-based biomarker test for Alzheimer's disease. And I'm really hoping to have something soon even for Parkinson's disease. They are in the work. Now I'm going to move to Parkinson's. So these are some figures you might have heard before, but I just wanted to share with you again. Our lifetime risk of developing Parkinson's disease is 2.7%. So essentially 3 out of 100 will develop Parkinson's disease. It is more common in men, 1.5 times compared to women, and higher mortality. People who have Parkinson's disease, their risk of dying is 2 to 5 times higher compared to people who don't have Parkinson's. And if you take a look at the age bracket of 80 to 84, about 17 out of 1,000 will have Parkinson's disease. So those are some figures and numbers. You see that's not really uncommon. If you're going to talk about Parkinson's, we need to know about substantia nigra. Well, in Latin, that means black substance, because it looks actually black. This is a normal brain. And what you see here, with arrow, that's substantia nigra in a person who doesn't have Parkinson's. And substantia nigra is our movement control center. And it mainly produces dopamine. You've heard of dopamine. That's a chemical in our brain for communication between cells. And dopamine, so essentially, substantia nigra is our dopamine factory. And it's movement and motivation fuel for our brain, dopamine. So that's why when you walk, you don't need to even to think about how you walk. When you write very nicely and legibly, you don't need even to think about that. It's just because of fine tuning that happens in because of the substantia nigra being intact. And then again, motivation fuel, for example, for pleasure or motivation. So those all related to dopamine. If you do something which is an achievement in your life, you get really that sense of pleasure, and that your brain actually produces dopamine. Now, there is a byproduct of dopamine, which is neuromelanin. And neuromelanin is black. And that's why a normal substantia nigra or substantia nigra in the person who doesn't have Parkinson's look black. Now, let's take a look and see what happens in patients with Parkinson's. There is a protein that is called alpha-synuclein. And you can see that here. This is a normal protein. Majority of our cells have mainly in substantia nigra. And this alpha-synuclein is essential for the communication between cells. But then for some reason, if the conformation of these alpha-synuclein changes, we call it beta conformation. As you can see here, the shape changes, then they become sticky. They stick together 10, 100,000, and then they become fibrils, as you can see here, oligomers, as you can see here. Oligomers sticks together and they become fibrils. And those fibrils also stick together with some cell degrees, and they produce Lewy body like inclusion. So they call Lewy body. That's why we have the Lewy body dementia, for example. This is a Lewy body, as you can see here, inside the cell. Lewy body is toxic to our brain cells, if it's substantia nigra or somewhere else. So what happens is that when it's in substantia nigra, Lewy body will cause cell damage and neuronal cell death, and the amount of dopamine decreases. Now here, what you see on the left-hand side, this is a healthy neuron in substantia nigra. And as you can see, substantia nigra is quite dark here because it's not really damaged. So you have plenty of dopamine here. And then here, this side is a patient with Parkinson's disease, and you can see that the amount of dopamine has decreased because of neuronal cell death, and then decreased production of dopamine, and of course, as a result, decreased production of the byproduct, which is neuromelanin, and that's why it's lighter on the Parkinson's patients. Now, what we all know about Parkinson's symptoms, it's really the tip of the iceberg. Parkinson's symptoms is like kind of a big iceberg. What you see in the tip here is mainly slowness, stiffness, and tremor. But Parkinson's is much, much bigger than that. There is a huge underneath water symptoms that we don't really relate that much to Parkinson's. For example, constipation, or neuropsychiatric symptoms, depression, anxiety, apathy, or maybe blood pressure, or swallowing problems, sweating problems. These are all other symptoms, non-motor symptoms of Parkinson's that are very common. In fact, most people develop these symptoms before even they develop movement disorders. Now, one of those symptoms is, of course, dementia, cognitive disorders, and that's where we're going to really focus our talk. There is a staging Parkinson's called Braak staging. And Braak staging kind of stages the progression of Parkinson's based on those Lewy bodies that I showed when they spread out through our brain. Not everyone actually follows that, but this is a common sense. So what you see here, the Parkinson, those Lewy bodies start actually at the lower part of the brain stem, and then they start here, which is the peripheral nervous system, and then enteric nervous system, and then olfactory bulbs. We have issues with sense of smell, constipation. Those are early symptoms of Parkinson's, believe it or not. This is stage 1. And then stage 2, it goes a little bit higher. It actually spreads out a little bit higher. And then when people have REM sleep behavior disorder, that's dream acts like shouting, screaming, kicking, fighting while asleep. And that could be dangerous to patients and also family members. So that's REM sleep behavior disorder, stage 2. And then some mood disorders like depression, anxiety, apathy. Those are stage 2. When it goes up a little bit more, which is the midbrain, then that's, when we have the motor symptoms, slowness, stiffness, and tremor. That's stage 3. And then when it goes to our cortex, thinking part of our brain, when it's actually early cortex or limbic system, people usually at this stage have mild cognitive impairment, very mild memory problem, as we discussed before. And when it goes higher and spreads out to the rest of the cortex, that's stage 5 and 6, then that's when people have more memory problems like dementia and also hallucination. So this is kind of the way that it goes from stage 1 to stage 6, but not everyone follows that staging. Here, just to tell you estimated time from the diagnosis of Parkinson's to the time that people develop dementia. These are 2 big studies. In blue bar, this is a PPMI. This is a study, 18 centers in US, 5 in Europe, and then 1 in Australia. They follow people longitudinally here, actually the horizontal line. This is time from 0 to 40. And then in red, that's University of Pennsylvania cohort. It's actually, and their data has really helped significantly for us to understand Parkinson's disease. So if you take a look at this data, you can see that from the time of diagnosis of Parkinson's, to the time that people develop dementia, Parkinson's disease dementia, at 5 years, 1 in probably 6 people will have Parkinson's disease dementia. At year 10, about 1 in 3 will have Parkinson's disease dementia. That's from the time that people are diagnosed from Parkinson's to Parkinson's disease dementia. Year 15, 1 in 2 will have dementia. So that's quite significant. It takes time, but it comes. The other thing is about education. People who have lower education level, they are more prone to develop Parkinson's disease dementia. Remember that there is a risk for Parkinson's disease. There's a risk for Parkinson's disease dementia. Here I'm talking about risk for Parkinson's disease dementia. Now, if you take a look at age, the effect of age, here what you see in green, that's people over the age of 70. So when people are older at the time of diagnosis, their risk of developing Parkinson's disease dementia is higher, probably because they have other culprits in the brain as well, like Alzheimer's disease. And then, of course, the sex, male patients with Parkinson's, they are more prone to develop Parkinson's disease dementia. Now, that was at the group level. How about at the individual level? At the individual level, it's quite variable. So here what you see in the horizontal line, that's time, and then here is the cognitive impairment, starting from normal cognition down here, and then subjective cognitive decline, early MCI, and then dementia. So by the time that people are diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, oops, what happened here? Okay. By the time that people are diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, 20% of them have already mild cognitive impairment. So that's at the time of diagnosis, 20%. Not only dementia, MCI and early MCI. Now, when people have Parkinson's, again, their risk of developing dementia is 3 or 6 times higher. But some individuals never develop dementia, people who have Parkinson's. If you take a look here, for example, people here normal cognition, quite a few of them, they continue, they don't really develop any issues with memory. And people with subjective cognitive decline as well. And then here we have slow progressors, we have usual progressors, and then we have rapid progressors. So at the individual level, that actually changes significantly. Here are main neurochemical changes, those chemicals in the brain that happens with Parkinson's disease. And as you can see here, for example, our dopaminergic neurons, as I mentioned, those are affected, and usually that affects our executive function, multitasking, planning. And then norepinephrine, the cells that produce norepinephrine, they're also affected, and norepinephrine is mainly for attention. And then, of course, acetylcholine, the cells that produce acetylcholine, and that also is affected in patients with Alzheimer's. And acetylcholine will, of course, be important for memory and learning. And that's why people with Parkinson's, when time goes by, they develop cognitive impairment. Now, these are the main neurochemicals. I kind of mentioned 3 of them. As you can see here, dopamine deficit will cause executive dysfunction. And then cholinergic deficit, like acetylcholine, that will be memory impairment. And then norepinephrine, that will be more of attention. And of course, serotoninergic deficits, like people, you know that serotonin is important for not making people depressed, right? So that's one of the things that in patients with depression that actually drops. So those cells are also affected, and of course, people may develop depressive symptoms. So these are the main, again, neurochemicals that are affected with Parkinson's disease at the stage of dementia. Now, one thing that I wanted just to mention, there are some ways that we can probably figure out patients with Parkinson's, their memory test. It's different from patients with Alzheimer's disease, and we see it in our memory. Remember that for remembering things, there are 2 different stages. One is storage, which we call encoding. And then one is retrieval. If I give you some information, then you need to actually first store it. And then when I ask you the question, you need to find that file, that folder, right? And pick it and then tell me. In patients with Alzheimer's, mainly the encoding is affected. It's not actually stored. So the memory issue is much more profound. For example, if I give 5 words to a patient with Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, a patient with Alzheimer's after 5 minutes remembers none of them. And a patient with Parkinson's probably remembers 1 or 2 of them. But then if I give some cues, some clues, then a patient with Parkinson's would be able to tell you the rest of them, probably 3 of them, or maybe 2 of them. But the patient with Alzheimer's would not be able to say because it's not stored anymore, right? So they haven't heard that at all. So that's the difference in the memory in patients with Parkinson's disease and Alzheimer's. Neuropsychiatric symptoms, very important in patients with Parkinson's disease and Parkinson's disease dementia. You take a look here, if you take a look at depression, different types, 52%, 1 in 2 will have depression. Quite a few people will have apathy. As you can see here, 40% of people, 4 out of 10, will have apathy. 1 out of 3 anxiety, and then in terms of hallucinations, up to 40% of people will have hallucinations, but later on in their disease progression trajectory. So that's one of the main things that we really need to control in patients with Parkinson's and Parkinson's disease dementia. Now, is there any way that we can predict who is going to develop people who have Parkinson's? Who's going to develop dementia or cognitive impairment? And the answer is it's a work in progress, very actually exciting. So there are some imaging biomarkers right now that are being worked. For example, the volumes of different parts of brain. That's one of the biomarkers that are being actually worked. The other one is CSF and EEG biomarkers. CSF is very, very important. It's quite actually exciting. So we can measure the amount of alpha-synuclein in the CSF. And that actually drops in CSF of people with Parkinson's disease. And if it actually drops, that probably increases the risk of Parkinson's disease, dementia, or cognitive impairment. So, and then now there are new tests of amplifying the amount of alpha-synuclein, so that these tests become much more accurate. And now we have a plasma alpha-synuclein test. And these are, again, all in the work and progress. So this is quite exciting, and hopefully maybe in few years from now, we will have something to, first of all, diagnose and then prognosticate, predict people who may develop dementia or cognitive impairment when they have Parkinson's disease. A few words about Lewy body dementia. I want to make sure that I don't really pass my time. So Lewy body dementia comprises of 4 different things, 4 clinical criteria. One is Parkinsonism. These people don't have Parkinson's, but they have Parkinsonism. The second thing is vivid visual hallucinations. The third is REM sleep behavior disorder, those acting out, dreams. And then the fourth one is fluctuation in cognitive skills. People come and say, well, he actually, some days he's like old sad, and the other days he's so confused. I don't know really what's going on. So these 4 core clinical criteria are mainly related to Lewy body dementia, and I'm going to show the differences between Lewy body dementia and Parkinson's here. First of all, if you take a look at the onset of memory Parkinsonism or Parkinsonian features to onset of memory loss, in patients with Lewy body, that is usually within a year. And that could be first memory issues and then Parkinsonian features, or Parkinsonian features and memory issues, versus Parkinson's disease dementia, as I mentioned, that takes years for people to develop that memory issue. And then the other thing is the core symptoms. In patients with Lewy body, at the very beginning, they have visual hallucination. They may not really see right in front of them, people or insects or whatever, but they may see actually kind of corner of their eyes. And then you ask the partner, actually gets quite surprised when the patient says, yes, I do see those. So that's another thing. Motor symptoms, it's actually milder in Lewy body dementia, and they don't really respond well to the sentiment that people with Parkinson's, most of them are on levodopa. And of course, the cognitive profile is different. I'm not going to go through that. Neuropsychiatric symptoms, again, hallucinations start very early in Lewy body dementia, and the pathology is different. The reason that Lewy body dementia is very progressive and fast, it's just because those Lewy bodies that I mentioned, they reach to stage 5 and 6 very quickly. And that's quite significant. That's why they have much more symptoms and faster decline. So now, treatment strategies. Of course, there are pharmacological and non-pharmacological, medicinal and non-medicinal. The medicinal part, the medicines that we use for Alzheimer's, for example, cholinesterase inhibitors, rivastigmine, donepezil, and galantamine, those are medicines that they do help at the stage of dementia. And memantine, that's another medicine that we use for Alzheimer's, may help, but it's not FDA approved. And then, of course, sometimes we need to give antipsychotic medications because people develop some significant disturbing visual hallucinations or delusional thoughts, so we need really to treat that. And then non-pharmacological, non-medicinal part could be cognitive training, which is very helpful. Physical exercise, we have tons of evidence that actually helps. And then speech and occupational therapy, environmental modification, and caregiver support, of course, very important. This is just one of the studies that got to FDA approval of rivastigmine. As you can see here, this is the memory test. This is time, and people in blue, there are medication on rivastigmine, orange on placebo. You can see the difference by week 16. You can see that patients who are on rivastigmine, they actually improved. So that's the medicine that got the FDA approval. Remember that these are symptomatic treatments. They don't really slow down or stop the disease process. This is where we are right now in terms of treatment at this stage of dementia. At the stage of MCI, there are quite a few different studies that unfortunately so far haven't shown any efficacy, but the studies are going on. But we like to act here pre-MCI stage. That's when people don't have that much of damage to their brain. And there are some studies here as well. And hopefully we will find something at this stage be effective. Now, about protective and risk factors. The protective factors, the main protective factor for Parkinson's disease dementia is really exercise. We have solid evidence. The other ones, like for example, vitamin D or caffeine or Mediterranean diet, there's some evidence, but not still solid. For the risk factors, the male sex, older age, and also genetic predisposition, and also having Alzheimer's pathologies like tau protein or amyloid protein in the brain, or having high blood pressure, diabetes, smoking. Remember that this is about risk factors for Parkinson's disease dementia, not for Parkinson's disease. You've heard about Parkinson's disease smoking, probably protected, not that you recommend you go smoke. But for Parkinson's disease dementia, that's a risk factor that we consider. Or people who have restless behavior disorder or low blood pressure, those are also risk factors for Parkinson's disease dementia. Just few words of non-pharmacological strategies about hearing, right? So we know that hearing, if it's mild hearing loss, that increases the risk of dementia by 2 times. If that's moderate hearing loss, 3 times. If people have severe hearing loss, that increases the risk of dementia by 5 times. Quite significant. And it's a low-hanging fruit, right? So we can treat that very, very effectively with something simple. Now, here, down here, what you see, this is a study that they intervened with hearing aids. And what they found was that we can decrease the risk of dementia by 70% if we use hearing aids. So that's quite significant for people. The last thing that I'm going to just mention is about the Mediterranean diet. There are some evidence that the Mediterranean diet actually helps. As you can see here, this is the cognitive vertical line, cognitive function score, and this is the time. Here in green, those are people who are highly adherent to MIND diet, right? The MIND diet is mainly the Mediterranean diet plus DASH diet, dietary approach to stop hypertension. And people who are highly adherent to MIND diet, their risk of decline, the trajectory is much, much less than people who are not adherent to the MIND diet. So that's something to, of course, consider. So I hope that I was able to relay the message that cognitive decline in Parkinson's disease is common. It's progressive and variable. Up to 20% of people at the time of diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, they do have cognitive impairment, and by year 15, more than 1 in 2 people will have Parkinson's disease dementia. And mainly executive function and attention, those are the main areas of visuospatial that is affected in patients with Parkinson's disease, Lewy body. And the risk and progression are influenced by, as I kind of showed, genetic and comorbidities and neurochemical status in our brain. And differentiating Parkinson's disease dementia, Lewy body dementia, and Alzheimer's disease or other types of dementia is quite important in terms of treatment. And hopefully we will be able to come up with some good and effective biomarkers both for diagnosis and prognosis. And that's really the kind of work in progress. Hopefully soon we will have something. I'm going actually to stop here. This is our research team who works with us in our Goldfish Neurohealth Institute. We have quite a few different studies, and if you are interested, you can certainly use this QR code or maybe our link and to review. And we're more than happy to have you participate in the different studies. We have a registry that is about monitoring memory in participants, and we do genetic testing as well. So we have quite a few different opportunities for patients. I'm going to stop here and thank you very much for your attention.
So we have time for 3 questions. I see 3 hands, so that works out well.
Yes. I find that when I talk to people, I don't find many people that have had a cognitive baseline test done. They don't understand what it is. They don't even know it is such a thing. They don't understand why you want to do it. They don't know how to go about it. And I was wondering if you could comment on the value of a baseline testing for cognitive decline. What would they ask for if they wanted to get it? Is it insurance covered? Where would they go? What kind of a doctor would they go to? That type of knowledge. Please, your opinion on the value of that process.
Thank you very much. That's a great question, and I get it almost everywhere that I go. First of all, even if you don't have cognitive memory, you just want to have it tested, which is very, very important. I'll talk about that. You can certainly make the appointment. For example, for our office, you just call the number and then make the appointment. It is covered by Medicare and other insurance companies. You have wide range of patients from 22 to 97 in our memory clinic. Believe it or not, 22. So we see different, ages. So that's something we definitely recommend, especially if there's subjective cognitive decline or if there are some risk factors. What do we do? I kind of explained, we do a memory test, and that memory test is very, very important. It's a pen and paper test, 60 to 90 minutes. It helps us significantly to understand where we stand. And that's your baseline. Baseline is very important. Very, very important. I think if there are some concerns about having memory issues, it's good to have it checked. For example, us in our memory center, we do MRI, advanced MRI, we do volumetric studies. That also become your baseline. If everything is fine, great. And then later on, if something develops, we can compare you with you rather than you with average Joe. I think that's very, very important. Thank you for asking.
So we'll go behind you.
Thank you. I actually have a 2-part question. The first question is in Parkinson's patients with APDA, so young onset. Does the same percentage for possible dementia follow the 5, 10, and 15-year rule?
The answer is no. So what I said about like 15 years, 1 and 2, that's overall population. If you take a look at people under 50, that's much, much less at 15 years. Yeah, so it's not really the same. At the individual level, those people who are younger, their risk of developing Parkinson's disease, cognitive impairment is less. And there's a reason. Because if you take a look at people over the age of 70, there are a significant number of those people have other, we call it co-pathologies or co-culprits, right? So a significant number of them have Alzheimer's in the brain starting to develop or vascular issues, and that's why they have higher.
Gotcha, thank you. And a follow-up to that, I have pretty strong Alzheimer's, familial, like my great-grandmother had Alzheimer's, died from it. My grandmother died from Alzheimer's as well. And PD was not even on my scope. I was more worried about Alzheimer's than anything else. And I'm wondering if that may also influence the percentage for 5, 10, 15 years.
Yeah, it does, and I'll give you an example. If you have one first-degree relative with Alzheimer's, that increases the risk by 40%. Now, 40% looks like quite high. Well, that's 1.4 folds. If you have two people, that increases your risk by 70%. So, that's important. If you take a look at genetic, predisposition, if you have one of those risk genes, which is APOE4, one copy, that increases risk by 3 to 5 times. If you have two copies, that increases risk by 13 to 15 times. So definitely genetic predisposition is quite important. But it doesn't mean that everyone is going to develop.
Hi, you had commented about hearing loss, with Parkinson's disease. What actually is going on and how does that progress?
Not specifically Parkinson's disease causing hearing loss. It's just overall, and of course, we get older, over the age of 65, 70, hearing loss is common. And it doesn't matter what type of cognitive impairment, whether this is Alzheimer's or Parkinson's disease or vascular. When people have hearing loss, that certainly affects cognitive skills, and then that actually expedites the progression to the stage of, dementia or mild cognitive impairment. But when people develop issues with cognition, and this is another thing, patients come and complain, like family members, well, he doesn't or she doesn't really hear what I say. I need to repeat myself. That could be related to processing step as well, not just all hearing, but processing step as well. So there are two different things. But again, in terms of hearing loss, that's a general, condition that we can certainly treat, and the treatment is easy.
One other question. You were talking about dementia, 1 and 2 as, for 15 years, it's usually, prevalent. Is there anything at all, reading puzzles that can delay that?
Yeah, so the main one that we know is, we have solid evidence, is really exercise. The exercise significantly help. And there are some also good evidence about the brain training that actually can help as well. Essentially, socialization, for example, is very, very important. In cardiovascular risk modification, that is absolutely important to reduce.
Thank you.
Have you heard about a, increase in dementia if you have a UTI?
Can you repeat your question? I'm sorry.
A UTI, urinary tract infection causing dementia?
Oh, okay. Well, very good question. What happens is, first I'll give you an example. Patients, for whatever reason, they're doing fine. And then they develop something significant, life-threatening infection, sepsis, pneumonia. They go to a hospital, they become confused, and then they come back. They never get back to their baseline. So we think that it's not really those conditions probably causing dementia. It's majority of them, they do have had probably a problem even before that. Now, this condition, life-threatening conditions, brings that up to the surface. And then we recognize that. That's more common than anything else. So it's not really a cause, it's more of contributing.
Thank you, Dr. Crombie, for that great presentation. So we are in for a special treat today. So part of what APDA does is that we support local programs in the community. And so Riverside has a Parkinson's choir. They're called the High Hopes Parkinson's Choir. And through our community grant, we helped fund their music books. So I'm going to invite Lisa to come up here and talk about the choir and when they present. And then we're going to have somewhat of a musical sing-along, and they're gonna showcase how hard they've been working for you guys today. And then following the presentation for the music selection, we will have instructions for lunch. So please just give us a couple of minutes and we'll have a system of how we'll do lunch. So.
Thanks, Naomi. Hey, everyone. Thanks so much for having us here today. We are the High Hopes Choir, sing along, chorus, whatever you want to call us. We're a group of people that really just enjoy camaraderie and friendship and being together. And I mean, some of us have Parkinson's, so it works. It's kind of fun that last year at APDA, I actually presented on developing this choir. So this choir is here in full force to show you what we are all about. We meet twice a month at the Martha W. Goodson Center, Tuesdays, the second and fourth Tuesday of the month, from 11 to 12-ish. And we really just sit around and have a good time. What we do know about Parkinson's is A, socialization is wonderful, and B, using your voice, using your brain, challenging yourself in ways that you might not have been challenged before is one of those ways that we can kind of ward off that progression of disease. So, hence our choir. So we've got a couple little numbers for you today. We obviously start with high hopes because it was the fuel for the name of our chorus. But if this is something that you would be interested in or would like to chat with us about afterwards, we would love to have you. We are welcome to patients with Parkinson's, caregivers, family members, friends of friends of friends. And we've actually opened to other neurodegenerative diseases as well, to kind of be all inclusive because we can all use a little joy. One quick little housekeeping thing. So we have recordings of our piano player, Joyce. She couldn't be here today. When we went from the snowed in day of the year to the quite hottest day of the year, she had a vacation plan. So we're missing her backbone of the group, but you'll hear her tickling the ivories on our recordings. So.
Hello, everyone. Can you guys make your way to your seats? So we're going ahead and get started with our next presenter. So just a reminder, we do have surveys on our tables. Please feel free to write your comments, what went well, what did not go well. We appreciate your honesty as we plan for our program again next year. So we love to hear what you enjoyed and how we can improve better. So our next presenter is Dr. Rajan. He is, you guys are probably very familiar with him in this area. So he is a board certified fellowship trained neurologist specializing in movement disorders such as Parkinson's disease, essential tremors, dystonias, tics, Huntington's disease, and Tourette syndrome. He is experienced in managing deep brain stimulation, selection and programming. In addition to movement disorders, Dr. Rajan has a special interest in ataxia, balance disorder, as well as movement disorders, including dementia. After completing his medical school in India, Dr. Rajan earned his Master's of Science in Clinical Neurology and a subsequent research fellowship from UCL Queen Square Institute of Neurology in London. He is also certified by the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology and has as an adjunct assistant professor of neurology with Johns Hopkins University. He enjoys forging long-term relationships with his patients and helps them navigate their neurological disorders over time. He believes that healthcare is a team effort shaped by each patient's needs. Please welcome Dr. Rajan.
So the topic I have is what is new in Parkinson's. So I'll go through like what has been going on in the last, or what has been going on for the last 5 years or so, and then we'll go kind of projected into the next, 10 to 15 years or so. So a lot of the slides might look technical, so I would rather have you listen to me than look at the slides, because, I know that the crowd is a little mixed, so some of these are, actually, no, all of these are referenced, so if anyone needs the slides or any references to any of this stuff, just let me know. All right, so quickly, the key takeaways today, I will be talking about what are the recent, medications that have come out in the recent probably 5 years or so. I will discuss a little bit about, what has been going on in the background, what the studies have been going on in the background, and then we'll talk about it quickly about some of the new things like AI and other things that are being used in Parkinson's disease world. We'll also hopefully touch upon some of the, issues or challenges that we've had in developing new drugs and why Parkinson's disease is such a difficult disease to really treat or cure completely. Now, hopefully I'll end in an optimistic note. It's always not the case, right? So the one thing about Parkinson's disease that we know of is it actually is vastly a disease of aging, because we think that the nervous system ages in a certain way, and when it, sort of fails to kind of combat the changes of aging, it can start causing some failures of aging or failures of, adaptation. Peak age or median age of Parkinson's disease is about 62 now. Previously, we used to think that this was actually, a disease of the old, as in like 80s and something. In fact, the original description of James Parkinson from 1817 had patients in their 70s and 80s, actually. I think maybe 2 of the 7 cases probably were under the age of 75. So this kind of suggests that in the past, at least in the past, we used to think that this was actually the. Okay. This is not a Honda case, right? William and Mary students here, right? So yeah, we used to think that this was a disease of the elderly, as in 75 plus or 80 plus. Now we think that that's not the case. There are plenty of patients here, as you can see, who are in their 30s and 40s. So median age is 62. We have seen that when we look at the populations that have grown older and then developed Parkinson's disease, what we have noticed is the populations that are very young now, West Africa is very young. There are far more kids there than elderly people. So in the next 25 to 50 years or so, they will have the largest number of Parkinson's disease patients. Not surprising, because they're going to grow older into that age group, right? Generally, we think that by 2050, there will be 112 to 120% increase in Parkinson's disease population. So this kind of gives us a little bit of an urgency, right? This means that there needs to be more money going into this research, more effort needs to be put in to actually develop something new. We have known the pathological changes of Parkinson's disease for a while. And most of you guys have heard, I think this morning we had a bunch of talks, I guess. And most of these talks or research have kind of focused on something called alpha-synuclein, Lewy bodies, and then other changes. We have also a better understanding of what happens to the body in Parkinson's disease, which was kind of neglected for about 30, 40 years or so. Now we are really looking into that. For example, we now have a theory in the field that the body and the brain are slightly affected differently in Parkinson's. And in fact, some experts actually think that there's a brain first Parkinson's disease and a body first Parkinson's disease. The difference is, again, not going to go into the final details of it, but you will, when you hear the story, you'll kind of feel familiar because some of you probably have brain first and some of you have body first. Body first Parkinson's disease patients usually have constipation, difficulty digesting things. Their bodies have more changes, like heart changes, blood pressure changes. They have dizzy spells. They have orthostatic hypotension. Their autonomic system gets affected much earlier, probably about 2 to 3 years or so before they start having the tremor, slowness, and stiffness and other things. These patients also have less of the tremor. They have more of body stiffness. They have a lot more balance problems. So this is what we call body first Parkinson's disease. Then you have the classic Parkinson's, which is the brain first Parkinson's disease patients. These patients seem to have more Lewy bodies in the brain, in the substantia nigra, which kills which is the midbrain part of the brain, which kills the dopaminergic neurons. You also see this in the olfactory bulb, which is why sense of smell gets lost. So the bottom line about that is we are identifying things about Parkinson's disease, which makes us think that it might not be one single disease, it could be multiple disease, which I think most clinicians in the audience or most people who treat Parkinson's disease have always suspected because no two patients are alike, right? And you've probably heard from your doctors that, oh yeah, your disease is different from another person's, which is true. Because we don't know which part of your body has been initially affected by Parkinson's disease. We don't know from where it spread from where. And if you look at Parkinson's disease research history, we have done a lot of things with mice and monkeys where we have injected brain samples of patients into the vagus nerve, areas of the GI tract, and we have tracked them up all the way to the brain. And we have found that there is a way in which Parkinson's disease, in a way, infects you in the GI tract and spreads to the brain. So this has led to a lot of studies looking at what changes in their GI system. So the microbiome, we carry around 4 pounds of bacteria in our body, and most of them are in the colon, large intestine. And this is what helps us digest plants, because we don't have a lot of enzymes that digest plants in our body, but we are herbivores to begin with. So we use these bacterial enzymes from these bacteria to help us. And the initial bacteria comes from mom, because you start getting that from your uterus, in uterine life itself. Later, as you grow older, eating the food that your mom and dad eats, you start developing the bacterial genome. So if you look at the bacteria that grow, or the genus or genetic form of the bacteria that grow in your family, they're kind of sharing. You share most of these bacteria with people who you live with. But that doesn't mean that the husband gets Parkinson's disease and it gets transmitted to the wife or anything like that. There's no evidence that that happens. But we think that there is a little bit of connection between the GI system bacteria and the brain. And what we have found is patients with Parkinson's disease have different ways, different types of bacteria in their GI system over time. And that's different from the people who they live with. So it is possible that I'm not saying that Parkinson's disease is an infection. I'm saying this is possible, there's a possible connection that the GI system might hold a clue in treating Parkinson's. So there have been a few attempts to actually transplant poop from another person into Parkinson's disease patients to see if we can actually reorient their bacteria or have them grow a new set of bacteria to see if that actually changes the brain. And again, this takes decades to really change. So if you change your diet now, it takes about 10 years, 5 to 10 years to really change the bacterial milieu inside your GI system, because most of the time, if you grow a new set of bacteria, they get killed by the other bacteria eventually, because they all have, antibiotics. Bacteria produce them in a different way, not like the New Jersey manufacturing way, but they do produce some amount of antibiotics and they kill other bacteria with it so that the main colony remains the same, right? So that is a little bit of a interesting thing that I mentioned, only to kind of tell you which way our field is going. We're looking into every possible ways to actually pick up something that we can treat patients with. The other area that has gotten a lot of attention is the failure of the brain's energy system, mitochondria specifically, and see if that actually can be helped. We have treated patients with coenzyme Q10, which is the one mitochondrial, chemical that we can actually try to use as a pill. It's not really helped. So when, way before neurologists started using it, other pediatricians and cardiologists have been using coenzyme Q10 and it's not really helped much. So we need to find a better way of treating mitochondria with other, medications, but there's a lot of research going into it. Let's talk briefly about what happened in the last, 2 to 3 years or so. So the most remarkable thing that happened in the last 3 years is the discovery of a way, a technique to identify Parkinson's disease by looking for something called alpha-synuclein in the CSF. We knew that alpha-synuclein was the main protein of the 3 proteins that make up Lewy bodies. So there is one protein called ubiquitin, then another protein called Parkin, and the third protein is alpha-synuclein. And alpha-synuclein was identified in 1997. An Italian group actually identified it. And since then, we've been trying to figure out a way to actually test this. We didn't until like 3 years ago. A huge amount of money went into it. Michael J. Fox Foundation actually funded that research. Now our idea is to see if we can use it to test patients sooner. We're also trying to see if we can use this to kind of distinguish Parkinson's disease from other forms of tremors. And we're also using it to distinguish Parkinson's disease from other forms of Parkinson plus syndrome, because not every Parkinson's disease is Parkinson's disease. A lot of them, probably about 15 to 20% or so, are actually atypical Parkinsonism or Parkinson plus syndrome patients. So we want to know if this chemical can separate them from the Parkinson's disease group. Cerebrospinal fluid, which you can do, we can get from a spinal tap, that is what we are trying to use. This is not commercially available. One company, I forgot the name, I think it's One Tap, something like that. They are the ones who actually are doing it in the United States. We might have a commercial test probably by the end of this year, maybe next year early. But the research community has been very excited about it because at the moment we have DAT scan and a skin biopsy. These are the only things that we can actually use to objectively show a patient, yes, you do have Parkinson's. Otherwise, pretty much everyone here probably got the diagnosis clinically, right? You walk a certain way, you move a certain way, you show the doctor the tremor, and then we'll tell you, yes, you check off all these boxes, so you are basically Parkinson's disease patient in the James Parkinson's criteria, right? That's like 200 years ago. But we still are relying on that because it's a very reliable way of testing and very reliable way of diagnosing patients. Now, this opened up a lot of controversy in the field. The entire field is split into 2. People who want to use this right now, I'm somewhere there, and people who don't want to use it right now. For 2 reasons, it's very expensive. Only the United States actually has the way of doing this, so half the world doesn't know how to do this test cheaply. Number 2, this is not the holy grail of diagnosing Parkinson's, because a lot of people without Parkinson's disease now have this too. So we don't know if testing it will tell us whether these patients are going to develop Parkinson's disease in the future. We think that is going to be the case, which means your kids and grandkids probably might be able to use this test to diagnose it 10 years before they even develop it, which means obviously we have all the other medications. When they all come online, we can use them to kind of prevent it, right? So that's where the field is going. The other things on the slide, GFAP or glial fibrillary acidic protein. This is a protein that has been tested in neurology for at least 20 years now. We have seen that this actually goes up when brain cells die. So it's been used as a chemical to stage diseases as they grow older or as the disease progresses. So this is also one of those chemicals that we think in Parkinson's disease, we can probably use it kind of to figure out if they have progressed from one stage to the other. There is no final answer to the research that's going on there, but that is actually a biomarker we might use to see how things are progressing. The other two, that's been around for 20 years now. They're not new, but they are actually trying to figure out new ways of doing that scan at the same time, the FMT PET scan as well. These are brain scans. Basically, we inject you with a chemical that goes into the basal ganglia and make it glow. If it doesn't glow properly or it glows dimly, we know that basal ganglia is not working properly. And that is how we indirectly say, okay, this could be Parkinson's, right? But they are very expensive, $7,000 to $11,000 a piece. So we need to actually make it cheaper. That is where the field is trying to push it. Genetic markers, we're gonna come to that in a minute. Recently approved therapies, I'm gonna quickly run through them because we don't have to talk about each of them separately. But some of you might be already on some of them because they've been around for at least 2 years now. Safenamide or Xadago, this was approved in 2019 by a Japanese, it was brought to the market by a Japanese company. But again, the thing about these drugs is that they are usually invented as a molecule in a lab somewhere in Japan or Sweden. Then it gets passed on to a German company, and the German company gets bought by a company in New Jersey, and then they get funded by a venture capital group in California, and then gets absorbed by Eli Lilly or some other big Novartis or some other company. By that time, if the medicine doesn't make enough money, it's going to the shelf back again. So that is what so this is not like Edison inventing bulb. That's gone. This is how medicine works now. So if it doesn't make any money, the molecule goes back into the shelf. This is one of those molecules that have been going around for a while, and eventually Eisai, the company actually that brought in lecanemab, the drug that is being used for Alzheimer's disease, same company actually took over the original company, and now it is in the market. It's been around since 2015 in Europe, but we just got it in 2017, I guess, or 2019. Anyways, the mechanism is very similar to an old drug that we all knew, selegiline and rasagiline. I think some of you guys probably might have known this. These drugs are actually monoamine oxidase inhibitors. They seem to actually help make the dopaminergic process in the brain last longer or work better. We had safenamide, we've had selegiline and rasagiline since the 90s. They are going away more and more because people like myself, newer doctors like myself, who are in the field, we don't think that this actually works very well after the first maybe few years of the disease. So when this came out, we were like, it's the old wine in a new bottle. But it does seem to work for some people, especially when they have a lot of off times, which is basically you feel suddenly your medicine is not working or your levodopa is not working, you have a lot more tiredness and sleepiness and tremors in between doses. This might help. It can be given once a day and it usually seems to help. It also has some sodium ion channel and other effects beyond the monoamine oxidase inhibition. That is probably why it is working a little differently than your old selegiline and rasagiline. It's expensive. So usually you need 1 or 2 medicines like levodopa and ropinirole or pramipexole to be tried before we start prescribing it. But it's in the market now. The other two at the bottom here, Inbriha and Kinmobi. Kinmobi, I think, has been discontinued. Yeah, it's been discontinued in the United States because these two are medications based on a chemical called apomorphine. Apomorphine has been known to us for almost 100 years now. And this is a chemical that mimics dopamine in the brain. It has some side effects that have been problematic for most patients. It lowers your heart rate, gives you a little bit of a jitter. Sometimes it makes you tired and sleepy almost immediately. So these things kind of make this drug a little tricky to give. When I was training in Europe, we had this pump there in 2010. So it took a while to come to the United States because of the side effects and because of other issues with FDA. Eventually got it, approved, but it didn't really get a lot of market, penetration, so they lost a lot of money and eventually Kinmovie was withdrawn by the company itself in 2023 in the US and Canada. So not all is lost. A version of this is coming out now called Anapgo. I think you probably would have heard it. I think the next slide is that. Yeah, the bottom of that next slide. Anapgo is apomorphine again in a different form. Now it is actually a skin injection. So it's a subcutaneous injection that you can actually put on under the skin and leave it there. You need to have a pump that actually pushes this into your skin. The one just above that, this got approved at the end of 2024, October of 2024. Now we are actually looking at prescribing it to patients who are on Medicare because Medicare has not contracted with this company yet. This is actually now the product of AbbVie. Violev is the brand name. It contains a chemical called phospholevodopa, and obviously, it always needs a carbidopa, right? So carbidopa, phoscarbidopa. So this combination is a subcutaneous injection. I don't know if you guys have Duopa. Anyone in here with Duopa? So Duopa is its mom. It is an injection infusion that you actually put into a little feeding tube, and then the pump actually is it's like one of those Walkman size device that you carry on your belt. The tube goes into your belly and it stays there like a feeding tube. You don't use it for anything else except for this drug. It gets pushed into your GI tract. That was Duopa. Duopa has been around for about 15 years now. Violev is the daughter of Duopa. Now we don't need the GI tube. We can put it under the skin as a little injection. So this kind of takes a page out of the pumps that we use in diabetes management. So eventually, I think this will become a patch. I'm hoping it'll become a patch so we can prescribe it. We don't have to put a needle in there and cause any problems. The issue with Violev is that it can give you some skin reactions. I was in training when they were testing this out about 5 to 6 years ago or so. And we could see a lot of skin reactions because of the place where the needle goes, people get itchy and all that stuff. That was the only reason why people discontinued it. Otherwise, it was really working well. So I'm hoping that Violev does very well in the market because it's a good medication that I think will work well because it bypasses the GI system. All the nausea, all the dizziness, all that stuff happens because the GI system gets very irritated by carbidopa, levodopa. Most people here who have tried that knows it makes you dizzy, it makes you spacey. I get that email every day when I get a patient started on it. So just go with a half a tablet 3 times a day, all that stuff, right? So this seems to actually bypass a lot of those side effects. The other things, the dyskinesias and all that stuff, they still have it with Violev, but Violev seems to give you more of a steady level of levodopa throughout the day. So the fluctuation in your brain that happens because you take levodopa orally 3 or 4 hours every day means it has to go through the GI system, absorb, and then get to the brain and then make the brain work, right? That doesn't happen with Violev to that extent. So you can have a continuous level of dopamine in the brain, which means that your brain doesn't starve of levodopa every 4 hours, right? That's the whole point. This was one of those things that we were hoping will come out, and it's here. So let's see in the next 1 year how this drug does. So AbbVie has a lot of money, so hopefully they'll stick around, because you need to really lose a lot of money like Tesla before really it catches on. So just like that, all these drugs probably will need to lose a lot of money before people come around and say, oh yeah, it's a good drug, let's prescribe it, right? And they don't pay me for saying that, by the way. Yeah, I'm just telling you. On Upgo, same thing. Apomorphine does the same thing, but the injection does give you that dizziness and a little bit of blood pressure drop and things like that. When we used to do apomorphine injections, we used to send a nurse to your homes and then give you the injection, give you a couple of hours to check out, how things are going. Sometimes we even get an EKG because sometimes it can lower your heart rate to the point where it really goes low and then people get bradycardia, like your heart rate goes down to the 40s, right? So that can give you a lot of dizziness, and nausea and vomiting are also part of apomorphine. So I'm not very familiar with how they are bringing it and rolling it out to the market yet. Hopefully, we'll hear from them soon. Anyone who's on that now here? No. Okay. All right, so DBS, this is fresh off the market, and I think Kelly is here, I guess, for DBS, Medtronic. So Medtronic just rolled out the adaptive DBS. The work was being done at several universities. It was also something that was being tested out when I was in training. What it does is basically, if you have had DBS, you probably would know a little bit about the technology, but basically what DBS is we put in a pacemaker into your brain. The pacemaker ends up at a part of the brain called the subthalamic nucleus, STN. In some patients, it gets into the GPI or another part of the brain. Anyways, the movement part of the brain gets the lead pushed in. The wires come out of the skull through tiny holes, and it's held there with a little button, and then the wire is tunneled under the skin. It goes under the skin behind the neck, and then the tip of the wire comes off just the collarbone here. You put a pacemaker in there, and the battery is there as well. This can be programmed so that the wire sends tiny current into the brain part that requires some juice. The whole principle is basically if you give enough juice to this area, your brain doesn't need as much levodopa. So it does sort of an electronic levodopa dance without the dopa. That is basically what DBS is. Generally, you should have failed or at least have had 3 to 5 years of Parkinson's disease with poor response to your levodopa, or you're having frequent off periods or a lot of side effects with levodopa like dyskinesia to be qualifying for this. DBS has been around since, I think the initial tests were done in the 80s, and it's been around since, the 90s. The proper FDA approval, I think, came around end of 90s or 2003, something like that. So it's been around for a long time. But the technology has been improving over the last, 10 years or so. What we have now is basically adaptive DBS. So basically the wire in there can sense what's going on in your brain and then give you the current it needs. That is a principle of adaptive DBS. It picks up the changes that your brain is undergoing throughout the day when you're sleeping, collects a lot of data, and then we can use that data to give you the juice you need. This does two things. Number one, it can modify the current in the brain to the point where it saves the battery from needing to be changed, right? Number two, it also gives you the current at the right spot it needs to be given, rather than just giving you a random, the solution is a lot more subtle and is fine-tuned in this situation. Again, a lot more technology in this field is gonna come up. So, wow, we're almost done, and I'm only in the. All right, quickly. Ozempic family of drugs. I just call it Ozempic because there's a ton of them. All of them are tides, right? Lexinetide, liraglutide, semaglutide. So these tides are teats. These are all GLP-1 agonists. They basically, what they do is they will go and work in your GI system and the brain and tell you that you're full. So you don't have to eat. And then you starve, and then you lose a lot of fat, and then you get slimmer, right? This is what the principle is. Interestingly enough, when we looked at the data for the last 3 to 5 years or so, when we looked at those, that data, it looks like these patients also have, number one, they do seem to have less of dementia and Parkinson's disease show up in that population. Number two, if you already have dementia or Parkinson's disease, you seem to be doing better than the comparing population. That means something else is happening to these patients that is probably good for them. So there's a large trial looking at whether this, not just one, several, whether this group of medications are really helpful, and the data that is trickling out is really hopeful. Okay, one big trial for semaglutide, which is Ozempic, is EVOKE. EVOKE 1 gave us a better understanding of what's going on. EVOKE 2 is now ongoing. So if any one of you guys have diabetes, And your primary care doctor can actually give you GLP-1 agonists. I usually tell patients, look into it. If you qualify for it, it might be a good idea to try it, given the data that's trickling in. Now, the problem is GLP-1 has rare but serious side effects. It can give you a pancreatitis. Sometimes it affects the eye vision, all that stuff. So be very careful. Don't just go and ask your PCP, oh yeah, Dr. Rajan said, yes, I need Ozempic. No, it's very expensive. So $400, I think, per month. 600 actually, if you go to Eli Lilly's website, I think that's what they price it at. So it's expensive, your insurance has to approve it, but in general, it seems like they are one of those drugs that would cure a lot of our problems. But again, losing a little bit of weight also cures a lot of problems, so we don't know, right? Let's push a little further. Stem cell, I think this is one thing that I would definitely want to talk about before I close out. There was a bunch of things in there that I skipped because they are a little bit more technical, and the summary of that is a lot of things are being done in the background, whether you know it or not. So we're not sitting idly, and any money that you're donating to organizations like these are being done, are put to good use, I can tell you that. Stem cell therapy, we had some of this happen in the 60s, then 80s, then 90s, all of them failed for different reasons. But we've learned a ton about them. Now there's a lot of venture capital money going into it. I mentioned that there can be sometimes, they just, they killed Sears, they killed Toys R Us, they killed pretty much a lot of our favorite stores. We also killed them, I guess, but not buying them, buying stuff from them. But venture capital money into medicine sometimes is good because there is a lot of money going into stem cell therapy. Some of it is actually going into, or not some, some of it is going into neurodegenerative, but not much into neurodegenerative, Parkinson's being one of them, because it takes 10 years to 15 years to really develop something. And then at the 16th year, you see that this is actually not something that FDA will approve. There goes $2 billion, right? So this is a tough thing. And stem cell therapy really needs a lot of help from activists, I guess, because it's a touchy subject. In the 80s, we used to get cells from aborted fetuses, and you can imagine how horrible or wonderful that could be depending on which political spectrum you're in. So that actually ended in the 2000s when Prop 70, I guess, came out, and then they just shut down a lot of that clinical, work. But now we know how to program your skin cells to a nerve cell. So we could purify those nerve cells and tell them to only produce dopamine, and then put it in your brain so that you can have a set of cells that produce dopamine. That is a theory, but it's easier said than done, because oftentimes when you regenerate or change one of the cells from a 70-year-old into a 1-year-old cell, right? So we're basically playing God by changing a very old cell into a young cell. We don't know how it's going to grow. This thing grows into tumors, and it has been shown in the 1980s that a lot of these patients who got the stem cell put in their brain had little cysts. So they were trying to become cancers. So we don't want that, right? So the other problem is when these things grow, they not only produce dopamine, they produce other things too. We don't want that. We want them to produce only dopamine. Sometimes they produce a little bit too much of serotonin. Sometimes they make friends in the brain that they shouldn't make friends with, and then that becomes a problem, right? The other thing we have noticed is the purer the cell, the better their ability to, or the better our ability to control them. So we need these cells to really follow the exact development that we all experience or we all want to develop into full mature cells in the brain that can produce dopamine and not do anything else. This is very, very expensive process to make it happen. And then the whole lab, a single lab will usually take about $10 million or so to set up. And then one vial of this thing usually costs about $1 to $1.5 million. So you can imagine these the one autologous stem cell transplantation, I think it's Harvard, happened in September 2024, one patient. It takes almost $2 billion dollars to develop or come to that to actually make one thing happen, right? And this is actually put into the brain using a neurosurgical procedure. You have to drill a hole, put a tiny tube in there and get it to the right part of the brain and then put it in there. It's another way of putting it in the spinal tap fluid and push it into the brain, but it doesn't seem to catch to the or settle in the part of the brain that we want it to settle. So these are all the challenges as well, but there's a lot of money going into it, which makes us excited because that's what these people need. That's what these research need, because they have to burn through a lot of money to really get one product like Procel. All these stem cell drugs have CEL at the end. So when you see them, you know that's a stem cell drug. So we'll see what happens with this one. This is a purified, this is a much more purer version of the 1980s trial. So we're hoping that this might actually do some wonders that we're hoping for. All right, just a little bit about AI. The thing that artificial intelligence and machine learning helps us do in medicine at the moment is it helps us mine data, large piles of data, and make sense of it. For example, like I said, the theory within the field is that we might have like a body first Parkinson's and brain first Parkinson's, right? The data is around the world, but we don't know where to start. If we start somewhere, most of the time it is biased, because if I have a bias that it's all body first, then I'm gonna go look for that data, right? AI and machine learning and technology behind that usually seems to be, ambivalent of that bias. It doesn't have that bias unless we design it to make it so. So it can actually go into this large piles of data and then, weed out all the unwanted, the trash, and then pick up the clean ones and then give us some patterns. So it recognizes the patterns that they find in this and then give us, okay, this set of patients with a particular group of patients with a certain age and certain gender and all that. Now this behaves this way and this behaves this way. So we can have a better understanding. This is the basic one-liner about AI helping medicine. There are other ways too. For example, deep brain stimulation, like I said, it actually those pacemaker wires actually can pick up a lot of data. Some of it, we can't make sense of it no matter how we visualize it, but a deep data mining program or software can probably kind of filter out all the noise and then give us a little bit more clear understanding of, okay, at night, this is what's happening. And this means something else, whereas this means something else. So it gives us a little bit more understanding of what this mixture of data means. The future, I think it is bright. I cannot give you, I'm not going to paint a rosy picture here. Generally, as we have progressed from the 1900s, we've seen people live longer. So that means that's not because of medicine, that is mostly because people's lifestyles have actually helped them live longer. There is also a lot more money going into supporting people with disability. There's a lot more money going into helping people walk better with devices, right? The motorized wheelchairs that we see here were not around in the 60s or 70s. They were much more expensive in the 60s and 70s. So people can get around a lot more. That makes them more active in the community. That makes them live longer and more fulfilling lives, right? So that's where I'm hopeful that, in addition to all these medications and other stuff that actually starts, it's, this is actually what really improves lives of patients. The thing that we see in the society, in the community, that helps them walk better or at least, tolerate the disability. That's what actually, I think, really pushes this further. The big thing that I want to close out, things that you want to think of, right? What do you want to do? I think it's already trying to push me out. Science needs a lot of money. And the one thing, without getting into the politics of it, the one thing that I'm a little worried about is, there's a lot of talk about, taking away NIH money. Venture capital money and private money can only go so far. A lot of the stuff, DBS, for example, right? I trained in an institution where monkeys were tested with DBS devices before it came to you. And that took a lot of people's, efforts and time, and almost entirely, supported by NIH, which means the government, which means you guys paid for it, right? Anyone who's here older than 70 paid the taxes for that to happen, right? So there's a lot of tax money that needs to go into this. We will burn a lot of money. Trust me, yes, we burn a lot of money to actually get to one good working DBS, one good working Tesla, one good working, Porsche, right? But if we burn enough money, we can get something amazing, and that's why you guys are here, and that's why I'm talking, right? So science is a lot of money. I would like every one of you guys to kind of, become activists of your own. If you can, go to these support groups and other things and try to actually push, your representatives to actually see what, because we are going to get a big group of Parkinson's disease patients in the next 5 to 10 years or so, which means there needs to be a lot more money going in. And when you're hearing that Medicare is going to be bankrupt in 5 years, that terrifies me, because then everything goes back, right? You guys are living your examples, and that is the one big thing I like. The last thing is send your kids and grandkids to science. It's a long process to get to where I am at. And then there's a bunch of William and Mary kids here. They're all science graduates, or it doesn't matter if they're liberal arts as well, it's fine. We need people to do sing-along choir. We need people to actually go into science, right? So send them. It's a long, it's 14 years to get to a doctorate in this country, but it's worth it. So push them into science. Thank you. Do we have time for questions? Yes.
Any role of probiotics, prebiotics for healthy gut?
So the question is there any role for prebiotics and probiotics in Parkinson's disease? Or any other disease, I guess. So we have had a lot of research go into it, and unfortunately, I can tell you that they don't work, or they don't help. Because, like I said, right, no matter how many bacterial culture you imbibe, no matter how many kombuchas or fermented things that you swallow, the bacteria in your gut, they are from your mom and from their ancestors. They're gonna fight that, and they're gonna kill those bacteria. There's no way that your own GI system is going to actually take in a new set of bacteria. Come on, sit here, let's do kumbaya. No. They fight, and they basically will not let a set of bacteria to grow within this. So they don't accept any prisoners there. So no matter what kind of fermented stuff you eat, it's poop next day. Yep. Any more? Yes, sir.
By something called Genesis in my email to increase the blood flow to the brain. Are you familiar with these guys? Zeta Genesis, the name?
Can you repeat that question? Genesis?
Zeta Genesis.
Zeta Genesis.
Yes.
Wow, not heard of it at all. Are you asking about what it is, or?
Well, they push it to you about increasing blood flow to the brain.
Not sure.
You're talking about Zitia? Research Zitia?
Yeah.
Zitia. Zitia is a,
FGF.
oh, okay. So this is actually something close to stem cell therapy, very similar to stem cell therapy. What I don't know the specifics of that particular thing, but I would say, as far as we know, stem cell therapy is not ready for prime time. Places like Harvard and UCLA are doing one patient at a time. So if you hear that down in Mexico or somewhere in China, one person is getting it, come over here, get a flight and come over here, we're gonna put this in your body, don't go there. you're gonna end up with a cancer. There are plenty of people who have had, and 3 cases were published in JAMA, plenty of people who have had injections put into their spinal cord. It actually ended up causing them tumors in there, and some of them had infections. So if you find online sources of where they can do graft therapy or stem cell therapy, fair warning.
Question I have is, we read a lot about, I guess it's infrared lights, LED lights, helmets, also got, is there any, can you say anything about that?
So, they don't work, unfortunately. I know, I'm all sunshine here. This therapies like sitting the patient on a chair that shakes was done in the 1800s when patients who were seen by Charcot, father of neurology and rheumatology and many other things in medicine in France, found that patients who took the train, and remember, this is the mid-1800s when trains were becoming popular. And when the tracks were laid, they were very shaky, the trains were very shaky. And after a train ride, Parkinson patients actually got better with their tremor, not for permanently, but at least for a few hours. So Charcot thought that you could actually put patients in a chair that shook, and then he would do that. This is an example of pseudoscience, and I'm just bringing it up only to tell you that these are things that people have tried. Infrared, ultraviolet, lights don't have that much of a property to really change your nerve cells, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here. We would have cured this before, right? No, I don't think those things help. There might be a lot of bias in the data too, because they pick a very specific kind of person who wants to actually get better and they work on the things and that sort of stuff. So if those things show up and then you want to try those things and they're safe, I will tell my patients, go ahead, get the light, that's fine. But if it starts affecting your sleep rhythm and other things, maybe not. Yes, ma'am.
Can you say anything about the SIN1 test?
So SIN1 is the skin biopsy test that we just alluded to. So what it entails is you get a tiny piece of your skin from the shoulder up here, one from the hip up here, down here, and then one from down the calf. Why? Because you want 3 samples. You don't want 1 sample and rely on it, right? You want at least 1 or 2 or 3 of them to come back positive. What do? That skin biopsy usually is as thick as, they go just enough to actually get the outer layer of the skin and then a couple of layers below that. You're looking for tips of nerves to be caught in the skin biopsy. It is actually a tiny, we use something that is as big as a little pen. And then we use the edge of the pen is very sharp. Maybe you'll rub a little bit of Novocaine there so that you don't cry. And then you push it there, you turn it, so you get a piece of the skin there. And then you put a Band-Aid and send the patient home. This thing is actually looked under the microscope. You look at the nerves in that layer and look for alpha-synuclein. SYN1 stands for SYN, stands for the synuclein. And we're looking for alpha-synuclein protein in that biopsy. So if you have them on the skin, the idea is that you might have it in the brain too. You don't want to do it in everyone because it doesn't predict your chances of getting Parkinson's, at least from now, from the data that we have. But if you have a suspicion that what you have is Parkinson's, it is a decent test to do. Very similarly, we are building the CSF stamp. It's very similar, but instead of the skin, you're looking for a CSF sample. Okay, there's one question here.
Thank you. So I've read, and probably everyone's read, that Parkinson's isn't, they don't know where it comes from. You were talking about, it could be gut related, and then what is in our gut comes from our mom. So could that suggest that it could be genetic, or is that not even connected?
So, Parkinson's disease, when we look at the patients and their family history, 87 to 90% of patients don't have any family history. 10 to 13% patients have a family history. Of the patients with a family history, only 5% is genetic. Genetic means Just again, genetic and hereditary are different. The way I describe it is genetic means you and your mom and your dad are making the carrot cake from the ingredients in the same kitchen, following the same recipe, and it all tastes the same, right? Hereditary means you, mom, and dad are in 3 different states. You are going to, one is going to Kroger, the other one is going to Walmart, the other one is going to Food Line, getting all the ingredients. You follow the same recipe, but they all feel like carrot cakes, but they're not the same, right? That's what hereditary means. Hereditary means you have multiple genes coming from multiple, ancestries, right? You have a little bit from your grandpa that went through your mom to get you there, your mom, grandma through your dad, a little bit there. Multiple genes coming through together. In addition to that, you have been exposed to things in your life. For example, rotenone or Agent Orange or one of those degreasing things like trichloroethylene, right? These things trigger changes in the genes, which you carry for 10 to 15 years or so, then you develop Parkinson's. We do not have one single answer to why people have Parkinson's. Generally, we think this is a multifactorial thing. Some people have genes kind of coming together. Some people have genes getting pushed into Parkinson's by environmental factors. We don't know one, there's no single answer. That's it.
All right, so it is now time for our last 2 sessions, and they will be our breakout sessions. So you are more than welcome to stay in this room for a discussion or a presentation on managing freezing with Parkinson's with Riverside Physical Therapy, or we invite you into our breakout session in the Dogwood Room. So we're gonna have about a 10-minute break for people to either stay in here or go to the next room. Charlene, if you can raise your hand, she will be able to direct you in the next breakout session. Oh, sorry. The topic of the breakout session is prepared, not afraid, living well with Parkinson's in a smart home. Jay Keir is an EMT and home safety specialist, and he'll be talking about different technology and equipment to adapt to your home to make here or go to the next breakout session. And Charlene will be in the hallway to point you guys in the right direction. It is now 2:08. We will begin our first breakout session at 2:20.
Tell me how to use this thing. You're all set. Everybody made it so easy.
All you have to do is take the, it's just right here. Yep, that's all you gotta do. So you're all set to go. Perfect. So I just hit this button for us. Perfect.
Is the guy EMT in the other room?
Yes.
Okay, and this is Riverside, like,
Yes.
physical
Yes.
therapist?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. I think they just.
So this room will be for strategies for freezing of gait. The breakout session will be on home technology for adapting to Parkinson's. In the breakout session, our volunteers in the hallway will point you in the right direction. We'll get started at 2:20. Are you okay with the handheld mic, or do you want the? 30 minutes I talk, and then 15 minutes for Q&A. Yes. They're going with the flow, yeah, yeah. We know what to do, it's been a long day. Good though. No, it's been, yeah. Any comments? I like. Okay. So. Okay, so this one. Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we had guys who did last year. It wasn't the constipation, that's so. Okay. Okay.
So that.
Good, that's good. Okay, good, thank you. We'll be here next year. Yeah. I'll take anything into consideration. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure you don't want to do something. I'll give you a thumbs up and you just go ahead. Yeah, we'll give it like which one, whatever one. So I'll take one of them. And you just, that's it, just slide it over. You just, yeah, and then I'll take this one for Q&A and I'll just hang around in here. Okay, and then that's it. Yeah, thank you. 210. Wait, 220.
Thank you for coming in on a Saturday. You are a gem and a half. You know that, right? No, you're not in. They're like, where's our walk? Where's our midday walk? I'm hanging in there. I'm doing good. So, but I see you again in September. So wonderful for our college. No, just, you know, it comes and goes. My left side is just sluggish, you know, but it's not any worse. I'm fatigued and he's gonna do a sleep study on me on August 1st. So hopefully that'll tell me if I have sleep apnea, which I don't think it is. I think it's I'm not sleeping at night because I'm tossing and turning. Then I'm tired during the day, which makes sense. I mean, I'm way past my nap. I was just like, everybody. That's what my husband said. He used to do these presentations. It's like I get them like after lunch and after they do these series, they're like, you know, their chairs, you got to do something to wake them up and get them. Like, what's your thing? Basically, what I've been doing is I'm still dancing as much as I can possibly dance because I love that. That's my passion. I'm lifting weights. I'm stretching. I'm also doing YouTube and I do these like hand exercises because I can't remember them all, but if I sit there and watch, I can just follow them. So that's really good. And I'm trying to lift some weights a little bit. The walking is very frustrating because I love to walk. It's a challenge because when I walk, it's like this foot goes like this foot. I can't get it to roll. So that's kind of the challenge. I mean, I went to like on vacation, so I haven't done it here. And I walk the beach, I used to walk 5 miles, I could walk a mile down and down back. And I'm like, that's a little frustrating. Yeah. And I've gotten my way. Mental, because I could be like, oh God, I'm not, and that doesn't do me any good. That's not gonna get me anywhere. anymore, so I'm trying to be as positive as I can, as long as I can, and just be like, upbeat about it, on the fight, and as much as I can, as long as I can. I've got friends like, I've got friends that based on that matchup for me, and just not, you know, so I can't let a long-term thing beat me down, but I see like my food, that's part of it. I struggle with it. I just seem like I had like a struggle here. Oh, they're gonna kill me. Oh, my business in my face. Well, I look at Jessica, and I would see the background. Oh, okay. Well, I've already did it too. Okay, that's the memory.
About 2:20. And my name is Karen McCabe.
Thank you, my family. I'm a physical therapist with Riverside, and I feel like it's a family reunion here. I see so many recognizable faces, and you guys make me feel so warm and welcome. So glad I'm talking to my family here. The topic that I was asked to speak on was about freezing of gait. So I think the first thing we need to do is define what that is. Very simply, it is temporary, involuntary inability to move your feet. So that's that suction cup or magnet sensation. It often feels like you're stuck or your feet are glued to the floor. And it typically happens in later stages of PD. Hone and Yarn 3 through 5. So Hone and Yarn scale is a scale that we use to describe the movement symptoms that you're having with Parkinson's disease. So there was a previous presenter that was explaining some stages of cognitive and classifying through that. The Hone and Yarn scale classifies the stages of PD, and I've got another slide on that. But the biggest thing I want you to understand about freezing of gait is that it can be influenced by early movement habits. So getting into the habit of movement and exercise, doing things that are hard, getting comfortable with being uncomfortable is the most important thing, okay? Freezing of gait is often triggered by tight spaces, turns, distractions, or changing in walking surfaces. And Dr. Cloud talked about this initially, and she did an amazing job showing the slides of how she creates these scenarios in her gait clinic. So this is the Hone and Yarn scale. I'm not going to spend too much time on it. You just may hear your therapist or your neurologist, or you may see it on some paperwork what they're scoring your Hone and Yarn scale. I definitely find when I get patients coming into therapy at Hone and Yarn 3 that sometimes we can push that disease back a little bit by using exercise and push you back into the 2s or the 1.5s, which is really great. It's a great way to really see how movement and exercise affects you. And then this is a great slide about, you saw the iceberg slide already, about how much of the iceberg, there's so little above the water. So this is a great slide that really shows how early the symptoms start before we ever get the diagnosis of the disease. So the top part of the horizontal line is the movement side of the disability of the disease. And below that horizontal line in the more lime green area is the non-motor part of the disease. So you may have some sleep issues, some fatigue, some apathy, the mild cognitive impairment, right when you're hitting and coming to therapy because of the movement symptoms. So why does freezing of gait happen? I will be more than happy to spend the next hour explaining the red spaghetti model of a typical movement pattern. But let's not say we did. We'll just call ourselves nerds and keep moving on. But what I want you to understand is what that red spaghetti model is showing you is the simple action of me scratching my forehead. Okay, that is everything that has to go into this simple motion. So where Parkinson's disease affects our dopamine, has a huge effect on that model. So it's not as simple as you think it is. A simple movement is so complicated. And that's why exercise for many decades has been recommended with this disease. So why does this freezing of gait happen? Okay. What happens when freezing of gait occurs is the brain sends a weak or interrupted signal to the legs. Instead of stepping forward, the body locks up. So in that red spaghetti model, things just got so complicated, okay? The more you try to force the movement, the more the brain struggles. So the way I tend to describe it, some of you may have already heard this, is the restaurant model. Okay, think about your favorite restaurant. Think about the wonderful service that you get and how that food comes out piping hot and perfect, and how you get your bill right when you want it, and it's a great evening. Now imagine if half of the waitresses got sick and didn't come in. So now the kitchen is kind of hanging out waiting for the orders, and the waitresses just can't get around to getting the orders to the kitchen fast enough. That leaves you kind of sitting around to place your order. It makes you wait longer for your food, and maybe the food comes out a little chilly, maybe it's not quite right, or maybe it doesn't happen at all. That's when we say, oh, Parkinson's is a dopamine issue. Think about the restaurant model. Think about the waitresses as being dopamine. If you're progressively getting less and less waitresses available for service, the product gets inefficient, slow, and sometimes doesn't come out at all. So what are the motor symptoms? Again, everything on that graph above that horizontal line was motor symptoms. Everything below it was non-motor symptoms associated with Parkinson's disease. So key motor impairments that lead to freezing is rigidity, the stiffness that happens in your limbs, the bradykinesia, the slowness, that inability to create that movement that you want fast enough. Postural instability and balance losses, that inability of not wanting to really shift your weight from this movement, this position here. You don't want to take a big step. You don't want to take wide shifts, okay? Difficulty with automatic movements. And remember, this can be influenced by early movement habits. The more that you are practicing big, long steps, getting your body to turn, keeps your body from forgetting how to do that and kind of freezing up. Non-motor factors that also affect freezing is anxiety and stress. As one of the previous presenters said, sometimes we might have to send you to psychology to be able to handle the anxiety that's resulting in freezing. Cognitive overload, dual tasking. If you are trying to do too many things at once, that freezing may just kick in. That may be your trigger. It's dual tasking. Trying to, as you're walking out the door to get in the car, trying to remember, did I turn the stove off? Did I remember everything I need to bring? Am I on time? And that's where you start having more and more magnet feeling in your feet, okay? And also if your medication is wearing off. So reducing stress, focusing on one thing at a time, decrease that multitasking, staying on top of the medications. Not saying, yeah, I took my morning dose, my afternoon dose is due, I don't know, whatever, I'll take it when I have time, I think about it, right? That kind of lack of scheduled medications can actually lead to that freezing as well. So making some lifestyle changes can also reduce freezing of gait. So the biggest thing, because Dr. Cloud, she really spoke a lot to freezing of gait as well, and I think she did an amazing job. So what we're going to do is we're really going to also talk about preventative strategies. For my folks here that are early in their diagnosis, okay, my hone and yarns 1 through 3s, okay, the importance of early intervention cannot be underscored, okay? The freezing of gait often develops again in those later stages, but neuroplasticity is what we're trying to work with in these early stages. Neuroplasticity is the ability of the brain to change. So when we're talking about newborns and toddlers, we know they learn to sit up and crawl and walk. That's all neuroplasticity. They learned a skill. Maybe in high school, they decided, I'm going to join the marching band, and they learned a new skill. Neuroplasticity is just a fancy word for learning something. So whereas Parkinson's is taking something away from you, we can use the principles of neuroplasticity to reroute the motor pattern around where Parkinson's is affecting us. So we'll just, okay, we can't drive through Richmond anymore, let's just put in the 295, let's go around it. But with practice, you can make that neural pathway happen. Neuroplasticity also creates synaptic efficiency. So in one of the slides earlier today, one of the presenters was showing how at a synapse, there was a lot of vesicles that transmit dopamine to the next nerve. And in Parkinson's disease, there was only 2 vesicles or 1 receptor. So through practice, you can actually create synaptic efficiency. Let's create more vesicles. We can't create more dopamine, right? We're taking our medicine, that's the best we can do. Well, let's make it more efficient. Let's make more vesicles, let's make more receptors, let's make new patterns around the problem areas. That is why exercise has been so strongly recommended to each and every one of you in here from the moment that you were diagnosed, is we are trying to optimize the neuroplasticity. The key message, the sooner you start, the more control you have over your mobility. So in this picture, we've got kind of things that kind of look like ocean currents. We've got some going to the top of the brain, some going to the front of the brain. And these are the patterns of dopamine movement through your brain, kind of taking that red spaghetti model and now putting it into the brain where you can see it in this flow. The more you practice movement, the more you're getting that dopamine to go through these oceanic flows more efficiently. The less you practice, the less efficient it is. And you can kind of see the synaptic efficiency there off into the corner. So why does my doctor keep telling me I have to exercise? Why does every support group I go to tell me I have to exercise? It's to keep these patterns fresh and practiced and efficient, whereas Parkinson's is trying to break it down by giving you less and less dopamine. So Karen, what exercise should I be doing? How many times a day do I hear that? A lot. And what the current science says is it doesn't matter what exercise they do, as long as it's consistent with moderate to high amplitude, and that it's diverse. So doing different things actually benefits different pathways in your brain. So you can see in this model at the top, we have Tai Chi, yoga, dancing, and that is all using more of the frontal lobe, more of the cortex area, practicing those pathways. Then you've got things like pickleball, power moves, LSVT, where it's working much more the cortical part of the brain. And then you've got things that doesn't take much thinking, like being on a treadmill or riding a bicycle. There's not much cognitive to that. It's just kind of repetitive. And that's where you're working more of this automatic part of your brain. So by diversifying what type of exercise you do, gets all the different pathways that dopamine creates movement, practiced and efficient. So amplitude-based training. I'm sure every single one of you have heard about this. The LSVT BIG program or the power moves. So amplitude-based training is very good for my early hone and yarn folks, my 1 through 3s. And this is where you're practicing those big movements. You're working on keeping that trunk rotation. You're maintaining that upright posture and the ability to stand on 1 foot and shift weight. The amplitude-based training is excellent, whether you get it through the LSVT BIG program or whether you get it through the Power Moves program. You can see I've kind of delineated, they kind of focus on different things. Whereas Power Moves, when I tell it to my patients, I describe it as your
medicine cabinet in your house, I'm sure you probably have some Tylenol, some Advil, some muscle rub, maybe a Pepto-Bismol, maybe a little anti-diarrheal, okay? And depending on what symptoms you have, depending what you grab. With the power moves, depending if rigidity is bad, or balance is bad, or speed of movement is bad, you can pick and choose which exercise to do to address that. The last thing you want to do is go into your medicine cabinet with a headache and grab the Pepto-Bismol, right? So power moves allows you to be much more specific with how your exercise is going to help you that day. Clinical practice guidelines change about every 5 years. So I'm going to speak on the current clinical practice guidelines, which is what science is saying we should do for Parkinson's disease. So the clinical practice guidelines is saying exercise is medicine. It's being prescribed as specifically as the medicine that you're getting from your neurologist. So me as a physical therapist, when I'm giving you a home exercise program, it's very, very specific to what your needs are at that moment. So on this screen, there has been a new study called the Cycle 2 study. It came out in 2025, and it's changed one of the guidelines that I haven't changed on the slide yet. Aerobic exercise is key to neuroplasticity and neuroprotection. The science is strong on this. The neuropsychologists, psychiatrists are using exercise aerobic for neuroprotection and memory. Geriatric medicine is using the same prescription, and us here in neurology are using the same prescription. The science is so strong about the neuroprotective benefits of exercise that we can't deny it. We have to kind of dig in and take it. And what has changed from the Cycle 2 study is that not only intensity matters, but consistency matters. So instead of 3 to 5 times a week at moderate intensity, they're now saying most days of the week, meaning 6 to 7 days a week of getting moderate intensity exercise. You can get that through walking, cycling, swimming. I don't care what it is, as long as you enjoy it and stick with it, okay? Strength training and balance, you want that 2 to 3 times a week. Keeping those muscles strong keeps your upright posture, decreases that freezing. And again, coming to see your physical therapist at least every 6 months, they can adjust this prescription based on your custom needs. So remember, this is kind of generalized. But the key point here is intensity and consistency matter. If you're just going for a walk with your friend and you're able to talk without having to gasp that air, your intensity probably isn't therapeutic. Now, what I mean by that is, let's relate it to something we all know. We take a Tylenol because we have a headache. If I were to take that one Tylenol and shave off just the tip of it, so I take a quarter of a Tylenol, you probably aren't going to get as effective relief of your headache. The dose is too light. I took a pill, but it didn't get rid of my headache. So think of the same thing when you're using exercise as medicine. Just going for a walk doesn't mean it's therapeutic. It's a good job, I give you credit, but you got to get that walk to moderate intensity. Moderate intensity means that you're huffing and puffing, that you're still talking to your friend, but you're having to gasp for air versus being able to talk for a whole paragraph and a whole story without ever having to take a breath. Okay? You've got to increase that intensity to make it therapeutic. So when it comes to intensity matters, the easiest thing is to measure your heart rate. If we can get your heart rate up, then we know the intensity is right. So getting your heart rate to about 60% or 80% of your maximum heart rate. One easy calculation is 220 minus your age is your maximum heart rate. Then we know we're getting the dose right. We know we're taking the whole Tylenol and not just the tip of it.
The problem that I found applying that science to my Parkinson's population is that one of the non-motor symptoms with Parkinson's disease is a blunted or attenuated heart rate response to activity. That means I've got you on the bike, I can see you're puffing, you're sweating, you're not able to talk in full sentences, and your heart rate went up maybe 2 beats, okay? It's just an autonomic dysfunction that's associated with Parkinson's disease that just doesn't allow your body to respond to exercise like it should. So in these cases, what I do is I have you just work on your perceived rate of exertion. So this again, you know the intensity is right if you're pushing, if you're working hard. Okay, if you're talking in full sentences, probably not working hard enough. So again, back to my favorite slide. This is my just all-time favorite. Right when you're starting to come to therapy to learn power moves, to learn an exercise program, is right when the apathy is kicking in. I really don't wanna. The pain might be kicking in, things hurt, I don't wanna exercise, it hurts. The fatigue, I'm too tired to exercise today, I'm just gonna skip, okay? And the mild cognitive impairment starts kicking in. So I know she gave me these handouts, but I cannot remember how to do them. So by the time you start coming in for exercise as medicine, we've got some things hitting up against us. So we just have to be able to recognize it's part of Parkinson's disease, honor it, and then move on. And just being able to say, I know I'm tired. I'm not gonna be any more tired after I exercise than if I just sat in the recliner all day. I'm still gonna be tired either way. So I'm gonna make a choice. I describe that choice as an investment in your mobility. Think of it like your 401k. You are investing in that 401k in your 20s and your 30s so that you have that future you want, that financial stability. So when you're talking about doing something as awful as exercising, when you don't feel like it, think of it like it's your mobility 401k. You're not doing it because it makes you feel good today. You're not doing it because you got so much energy and so much strength, let me just burn some off. You're doing it so that you can do it 5 years from now. So reframing how you look at exercise as it's something that's an investment in your ability to get up out of a chair 5 years from now. I want to still be able to go on vacation. I still want to be able to negotiate an airport. You're not going to be able to sit in a recliner for 5 years with Parkinson's disease and then just hop up and be able to manage that vacation. So every day when your brain says, I don't want to do this, every day just say, this is for my future self. Invest in yourself. So Dr. Rajan was talking a lot about the new medications. I am going to reiterate how important medication and movement are to work together. If you are trying to do my exercises or your exercise program and you haven't taken your medication, how are we supposed to make those dopamine pathways efficient when there isn't dopamine floating around? Okay. So taking your medication as prescribed by your physician and exercising, that combination is powerful. Just exercising and not being very compliant with your medication, or being super compliant with your medication but really not exercising, you're missing a big piece. The magic really happens when you optimize both, and that is coming from science. Communication is key. Talk to your therapist, say, I'm losing my balance more. What's going on? And I will likely say, when did you let your neurologist know? Does there need to be a change in your medication? Neurologist said, yes, let's tap this up a little bit. You're just having more off times. And then we're gonna start practicing task-specific things to be able to break that up. All right, so really being able to talk to both your therapist and your neurologist and track your freezing of gait episodes. The APDA has an amazing symptom tracker app. Download it on your phone. To be able to have a good conversation with your neurologist and your therapist is to be able to pull out that tracker and be able to say, here's the pattern that's going on. Okay, it's an amazing tool. So medication and exercises will give you that best result. Regular check-ins with your PT is definitely best for success, and that is what science is showing. So build a routine and stay consistent. It's hard to get started on this lifestyle change where exercise is so key. And so by building it into your day, making short sessions, little bursts throughout the day rather than one long workout, incorporating turning and stepping strategies at home. So maybe on the way to the refrigerator is a great place that every time I get here, I have to step over something. So that every day you're practicing stepping over obstacles and not just getting to the point where something fell and you have to step over it and you haven't practiced it in a while. So making sure you're practicing these things routinely. Stay connected with your PT. I know the PT industry tends to be set up to discharge you. And that is just unfortunately the way the healthcare system goes. But things have changed and evolved. And you should be meeting with your therapist at least every 6 months for a checkup, just like you do your neurologist. So really working with your PT to get that model set up when they discharge you and just say, hey, I'd love to have a scheduled follow-up in 6 months to be able to check in on things, redo some of these tests, talk about things that might have changed. The science is showing the dental model, every 6 months you see a dentist for no reason other than you need to go see them. The dental model is really showing preserved quality of life and function over the long term. So having that relationship versus, yeah, I saw a PT 5 years ago. So again, Dr. Cloud did a great job of talking about managing the freezing of gait. She talked about all the new technology that's coming. My clinic, Riverside Physical Therapy, and the Lightfoot office, we just got our balance tutor last month. So we're able to do those balance tutor trainings as well. Our clinic that's opening this week down in Newport News called the Warwick, they've got the track system, the body weight track system in the ceiling. So we're able to really hit some of these same things that Dr. Cloud was talking about. So I know we've had a pretty long day, so I don't want to repeat what she was saying. But she was talking about recognizing what your triggers are. When she put up those images of the obstacle course where she's trying to find out, is it tight spaces, is it thresholds, is it doorways? Why is the freezing happening? But if you've got your tracker in and you can sit there and say, I froze when I was in my laundry room. I froze, gosh, 4 out of 5 times that I was in my laundry room. That really helps your physical therapist be able to say, let's figure this out, okay? So narrowing down and really coming into therapy with specifics versus being a passive participant in all of this. So if you come in and you say, I specifically want to work on the fact that every time I walk into my bathroom, I freeze when I have to turn around to get out. That is what your therapy should focus on that episode, is getting through that, figuring out how to manage that. So report, keep track, find out what your triggers are. So these key strategies really haven't changed much over time. These are the same advice that I've been giving out for way too long, and I wish there was more science. But right now, this is what we've got. The stop and reset. So when you're starting to freeze, just stop. Take a breath. Reset, and then go. Okay? I know your brain is saying, I want to get there. But you just have to stop and reset. When you're frozen, the harder you try to force it, the more you're gonna freeze and the more you're gonna increase that fall risk. So just being able to change your lifestyle just a little bit, to just honor the fact, hang on, I'm freezing right now, let me thaw and move on. Using the external cues, the auditory, the metronome, the music rhythmical beats, using the laser pointer for visuals, the vibration is new, and that's a really exciting thing that's coming up. So there's lots of assistive devices, tips, and tricks that you can discuss with your therapist about how to use an external cue that works for you. No two Parkinson's patients are the same. Some people do great with a laser. So something like the U-step walker that has the laser on it so that it gives you cues to step over that laser. There was one gentleman, super creative. He took a cane and he had a workshop. He was great. And he put this yellow plastic thing on the end of his cane. So when he needed it, he just turned his cane and then there was a plastic thing for him to step over and then he turned it back the other way and kept going. Genius, guys. The rolls, ROLLZ, rollator, it's called Rolls in Motion. I just got one in my clinic, and it actually has vibration in the handles. So instead of having the laser light, which might be embarrassing, or the metronome going, which might attract attention, you can have the vibration going in your hand to help you keep that beat, okay? And these external cues is just working around the area that is impaired by Parkinson's disease. Neuroplasticity, principles of neuroplasticity. Shifting your weight. So when we freeze, those magnets are locked in. So shifting your weight, right? When you have a strong magnet, you kind of wiggle it back and forth a little bit. So just shifting your weight will sometimes demagnetize things to allow you to take those steps. Verbal cues, doing your counting. So you're stuck. And now you're gonna go 1, 2, 3, go. So again, it's just giving your brain that time to process the movement that you want. Changing the movement pattern. So if I'm trying to go forward and I'm frozen, kind of like in the snow, sometimes you gotta roll back a little bit to be able to roll forward. So sometimes just taking a rock step back gives you that momentum you need, breaks up that locking, and allows you to continue moving. So those are the 5 key strategies that have been around for quite some time that again can be customized to what's best for you. Now, when it comes to freezing that's caused more by the non-motor symptoms, again, we kind of hit this a little bit already. Reducing the stress, not being in situations when you're nervous. If you are going to a loved one's graduation and you're super nervous about it, oh gosh, I hope my mobility holds in, I hope I don't freeze, I hope I don't fall, and you're in that mode, that might be a good time to use your transport chair. Because you want to enjoy the graduation and you've got yourself so stressed that you're probably going to trigger a lot of the freezing. So using a transport chair does not progress your disease or create deconditioning. It's a tool. I wear my wellies when it's raining. I wear my ice skates when I want to go on ice rink, okay? I wear my tennies when I want to be able to walk and run. Then I might wear some dress shoes when I go somewhere fancy. I have different shoes for what I need. So using a transport chair or using an assistive device at certain times to help you manage your mobility is a gold star. Okay, don't think of it as, oh, I'm only gonna make myself worse. Once I go on this, I'm never gonna get off. Not true, not true. Single tasking, so we had said this earlier, trying to avoid that dual tasking, trying to just stick to doing one thing at a time. So if I'm thinking about, I wonder what I need to do today, let me just stand here and think what I need to do before I leave the house. I got that done, I got that done, I've got my phone, keys, the dog is good, great. Now I'm gonna walk, okay? So try to break up the dual tasking versus trying to stress yourself out doing too many things at once. And practice makes progress, okay? If you freeze every time in your bathroom because it's a tight space and you have to turn around and the door opens to it, practicing at that door when you don't need to use the restroom, to be able to take that back step to open, to be able to take that turn without freezing to that specific side. Practicing that before you ever need to use the restroom. Prepare. Set up your environment for success. You guys have already heard this, I don't need to repeat, right? Pull up those rugs, get rid of the clutter, put down tape where it's a problem area through a threshold of a doorway, put in the handrails. The gentleman that's speaking at the same time as me, he's offering some help on modifying those homes. Have a support strategy. When freezing frequently happens, having those different mobility aids for what you need that day. And then knowing 2 hours later, you don't need them anymore. Get rid of them, okay? And then talk to your doctor or PT when it's getting worse, where it's affecting your quality of life and affecting your safety, and see if we can come up with better strategies for you. So the final takeaways, recognize those triggers, use those proven strategies, stay calm, breathe, stay focused on what you're doing, try not to get too scattered in your mind, modify that environment, and your partner with your PT, your OT, your speech language pathologist, and your doctor to keep things fine-tuned. Freezing of gait doesn't have to control you. You can learn to manage it and keep moving. So I'm not offering a cure, I'm not offering a resolution. What I'm offering is an option. Right. So the rest of this, I think we are out of time, but the rest of this, you guys kind of know. Is there any other questions that I can answer for you? Let me get your microphone.
In your stages, you referenced something about return to pull or pull to return. What is that exactly?
In my hone and yarn stages.
Yes.
So there's a retropulsion pull test that maybe was on there. Was that it?
Yeah, I thought it said return to pull.
Okay.
I just had never heard that before. I wasn't sure
see.
what you were measuring there.
No, that's not it. There it was.
Recovery on pull.
So the retropulsion pull test is a test that it looks at postural stability. So you'll be standing just normally, and I come up and I grab your hips and I yank you. Okay, you may have had this test done. It's one of, I always tend to do it, so if you're a patient of mine, you've all had me do it. But what we're looking at is a normal response to somebody shoving you backwards, is the fact that you take a step back and you return to where you were. What happens in Parkinson's? We can't organize that ability to come back forward. So when we're hitting that hone and yarn stage 3, that's where my pull test starts failing. Anything above a 3, they're demonstrating a nice normal response with that pull test. Great question. You've got a couple more.
What is the name of the symptom tracker that you spoke about?
Great question. It is through APDA. Let's find that one. So if you go on APDA's website, which I know you guys visit all the time and have it bookmarked, and you type in the search bar, their symptom tracker, or if you go under the app, search app on your phone, and look for PD symptom tracker. The APDA has a tracker that I highly recommend. It's fantastic.
did that get you where you needed to be? Any other questions? I think we have one here.
I know this is pretty silly because I'm in a wheelchair and you're like, how are you gonna have gait in a wheelchair? Well, that's why I'm in a wheelchair. But, I didn't realize how much I used rocking to break myself out of, freezing of gait. Like, I honestly didn't think I was having that much of a problem until I broke my leg and I tried to use crutches. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Yeah, so again, you've got that movement pattern, that red spaghetti model, right? And to learn a new task that you haven't practiced for a while with PD. And this is why I can't stress enough why you need to exercise and not do the same exercise every day. Tai Chi one day, yoga one day, walking one day, cycling one day, paddleboarding, kayaking, vacationing. This disease does not own you. This is not your story. It's a page in your story, okay? So I am so sorry that you took a tumble and had a fracture, but as soon as that is healed, I want you to get your confidence back, work yourself back up, and practice these patterns and invest that in a year from now, you're not gonna fall again. I don't want you to avoid activities such as vacations and family outings. Oh, I'm too slow. I might fall. I'm not gonna go, okay? By isolating yourself and reducing your practicing, the more that disease is gonna catch up with you, okay? So shake it off. We all make mistakes. No big deal. No big deal. We learned something, okay? We had a consequence. We all have consequences of decisions, okay? But shake it off. Don't let this be like, I can't do this again, okay? It's life. How many times does a toddler have to fall before they get their feet?
Yeah, they're close to the ground.
They are closer to the ground. They are closer to the ground. But fear will cause freezing of gait. Fear will allow Parkinson's to rule your life. You remember, Parkinson's disease is not your story, okay? Just a caption. Okay, so stay positive, don't let it isolate you.
Hi, when our person with Parkinson's, when he has freezing with gait, he's not even aware. He is just completely frozen, his face is blank. He's not even like, everything that we've seen, is, you think that he knows and he's trying to walk. He's not even at that stage. Any recommendations how to snap him out of that to get back in?
Sure, that is a great question. Her question was, the person who's freezing doesn't even realize they're freezing. And again, no two Parkinson's diseases are the same. Dr. Rajan spoke on that there's a body first and a mind first, okay? So the first thing I want you to do is not blame the patient. Come on, you should know this, come on, okay? Show compassion and show grace. If you notice they're freezing and they're denying it, saying, no, I'm not, change the task and say, you know what, I could really use a break. How about we sit down in this chair for a moment? You know what, do you mind if we put you in the wheelchair? I need a break from this, and make it your issue, okay? Trying to convince them and having a cognitive argument and stressing them out is only gonna make them freeze more, okay? So the strategies that I'm giving you are generic strategies. To get custom strategies to be able to manage those complex, layered situations where the resources aren't the same, definitely requires some one-on-one, but hopefully that helps. The biggest thing that I want to express, and hopefully my patients know this, is first of all, I never blame the patient. I never make them have to be responsible for something that they don't have a resource for being responsible for. So in that situation, acknowledge what's going on and that you're not going to make them understand, and reroute. Does that help? Anything else?
Right here.
I don't know if it's always true, but it's my understanding from reading that at diagnosis, they want to put the patients either in the tremor dominant or in the PIGD dominant type class. And my question is is it normal or unusual or common that maybe somebody could or could not evolve from one of those categories over to the other side and cross that line, or maybe go back, I don't know, back and forth, but to change at least from one to the other, is that possible?
So my belief in neuro and why I'm a neurospecialist is because I think anything is possible. I don't think we understand our brain and our nervous system nearly to the potential that it exists. I think our science is slow. I can tell you that I have seen patients progress and improve and reduce their severity score through exercise. I've seen their symptoms change, as you say, from one side to another, as far as more movement versus more cognitive non-motor. The biggest thing is to communicate with the doctors and your therapist to manage the symptoms, and knowing that Parkinson's disease changes. It's just not the same. You guys have been so amazing. Again, so good to see you. And thank you for investing in yourself and your future self by being here today. Applause to you all. All right, so we have one more breakout session of the day. The other session currently on technology is just finishing up. So our next breakout session in here will be on a Living Well with PD panel. So if we want to give it about 10 minutes or so, at the Dogwood Room, there'll be a great presentation for care partners on tackling communication and apathy for your level with Parkinson's with Dr. Ledman. And this session in here will be on a PD panel for Living Well with Parkinson's. So I'm gonna say around maybe 3:15, we'll get started. I'm gonna make sure that they're done in the other room and then I'll come back, but I'll say 3:15 for now. Then we'll start with our next and last session. And then for any of our panelists, you're more than welcome to sit on these front chairs to my right. The Dogwood Room is going to be on tackling apathy and communication with your loved one with Parkinson's. And this room will be a panelist session on living well with Parkinson's. Okay, and whatever you prefer. Okay, I'm just gonna say that we have our brilliant occupational therapist and board member. Yeah, perfect. So, oh, okay, they can share the mic and then you have, Shirley has the other one, I think. So we'll get the other mic so that you guys are going back and forth.
And they're just you're just playing here.
Wait, that's why it's here, essentially, because you wanted to, I mean, it's only 3 guys do, so.
Go on.
I can see that.
And it's like, exactly. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm, AI is kind of scary, but I'm excited for AI because I think there's so many. Dr. Cloud. Oh, yeah. At least I know I'm in good company. And I call it good company. Yeah, I think it's great company. I think it's great company. I am Denise. Here. Yeah, that's what I said. She said, I can have it. Like, I have no 30 seconds. Denise. Nice to meet you. So I'm just here to kind of direct the question, but this is for you guys to put out. Read it, but just that ramble on and go on. That's really why I have notes. But that's why I was like, I should have right? I think it'll be really good because she said, but I'm not living it, so I think they things work, but I'm not the one having to do it. Doing a great job. I love that. This is my passion. I wish I could do this somehow, sometimes something. Yeah, it's been a lot of important people, a lot of good things. Well, I'm sorry, I went to the station and I come on. There, the thing, how you never meet a person that comes in. You meet a caregivers, it can be, here's the frustration that they're having, but yeah. Not good, very good. It's what's everybody says that's rare. There's something here that's close to 70, and I was like, wow. 70? Yeah. I thought it was happy to get and 18. So you learned? Yeah. I know I felt it. You see the blue shirts? Yep. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yes. Oh, I thought you were telling me you thought that was good. No. Well, my mom, she really wanted to. But we moved I've already told the lady, don't go find it, their whole life story. I mean, if you want to.
Which part of my life story? I can't tell the whole thing.
You can spread, we would love to hear your whole story. They did have. I'm just really good. But I think we got good people.
We're going to get started in about 5 minutes. We do have extra box lunches at the table in the main corridor. So if you would like to take a boxed lunch home with you, you are more than welcome to.
That's okay.
Free iPhone.
One of my projected tasks. He's gonna tell us his whole life story and then. Oh, they had to, okay, got to. Yeah, we probably have to turn it on, I'm turning it on.
Oh. Yes.
It's just, I'm sure.
Oh, you can, or you can have the lapel.
It's all
Whatever.
Want to be fancy. Sure. Once I don't have to like do anything, I'm not.
Never.
You got this.
For the first place. To shut it down. Instead of after the fact.
I was like, hi. I was like, we were talking about that.
That's great, 100%. Yeah, I've already texted the PT who she would be going to, and I was like, "God, somebody come in." Yeah. I just hate that she had a bad experience at the last ballot, and I'm like, no. That was just I don't think it was specific.
Yes,
Like,
there's
yeah.
no way. So
Just how she was talking. Yeah.
which, again, like I said, we learn in school, we don't learn specific, but
That's what I just said. And I'm like, any therapist is gonna be like, yes, I can do that. Like, they can, but they not to, yes,
so
exactly.
even, like I've treated a lot, but I would love to be more. I always tell myself, I would love to have more training, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
I just think we never can have enough, right? You know?
And research changes so much. Like on Friday, I made every single one of my Parkinson's people do burpees. Now, were they ugly? Yes, but every single one did a burpee because you need high amplitude. And it doesn't matter what it looks like. 10 years ago, they would say, don't ever.
Oh, you're exactly. She's about to. No, you guys are gonna do that with me. We're doing a
We're just-
panel. We're just doing a panel discussion. It'll be fun. Come on up. I'll sit in here with you.
I'll go grab my stuff real quick.
Right, we're gonna get started.
Hello. Okay, finally, last session of the day. We appreciate you guys staying with us till the end. I know it's been a long day, but hopefully a good day. So just a final reminder to please leave your surveys on the table if you have to sneak out or whatnot. We really appreciate the feedback. So for our final breakout session, we thought to incorporate, we talked so much about education from healthcare professionals and providers, but what is the best way of learning is talking and learning from your peers. So we have our board member who's an occupational therapist. Her name is Laura Mahoney from the Richmond area. She'll be moderating a discussion on living well with Parkinson's, on tips and tricks for living well. So I will have her introduce our panelists for the day.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. Once again, my name is Laura Mahoney, and I'm an occupational therapist. And we're glad that you stayed here for our panel discussion on tips and tricks for living well with Parkinson's. As you all know, Parkinson's brings daily challenges, some expected, others surprising, but it also reveals resilience, creativity, and strength. Today's panel is all about living well, not just managing symptoms. We'll be sharing tips, strategies, and personal experiences that have made life a little bit easier. Please feel free to ask questions at the end of the session. So let's meet our panelists, individuals living with Parkinson's who are excited to share practical ways to improve quality of life and maintain independence. So we have three wonderful panelists here who are, this is going to be your show and their show because you guys are living it and you guys are experiencing it and you guys know best. So today I have Fred on the end. I have Denise, and I have Julie. So I'm going to start with Fred, and he's going to tell us his name, his profession, and how long he's had Parkinson's, what his first symptoms were, and what is his current obstacles he's facing now with Parkinson's.
Okay, well, my name is Fred Kunzinger. I'm a retired geologist, and I was diagnosed in 2016. Although, like most people, once you're diagnosed, you look back and see when you really started seeing things. And I had a frozen shoulder in 2015, and I got sent to physical therapy, and they fixed the shoulder. But probably about 6 months later, I started noticing a resting tremor. But it wasn't all the time. It was just, it would come and it would go, and then it got more and more frequent. And then we were walking one day and my daughter was with us, one of my daughters was with us, and she said, "How come your arm isn't swinging?" And I said, "Yes, it is." And she said, "No, it's not." And sure enough, my right arm was just hanging there when I was walking. So that was enough to get me to go to my primary care doctor. And he asked me, did I have any problems writing? And I said, no. And do I have any problems eating? And I said, no. I said, but I'm left-handed and this is all going on the right side. And he told me that I didn't need to worry about it, just go home. But actually, he gave me a neurology consult, and the neurologist then, it took about 3 or 4 months, but he diagnosed me with Parkinson's.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am a dance professor at the College of William and Mary, and I currently am still teaching. I teach on levels of ballet and modern and jazz and group choreography and dance on screen. And I also teach a dance practicum for new initiatives in dance, Parkinson's Dance Intensive. So it's a free community class on Fridays at 10:30, starting July 18th. But I do it every semester. We have students come in and learn how to assist in the class and to learn about what's going on. And a lot of them are neurology students, and a few of them are here today. But I was diagnosed with Parkinson's in 2018, so 7 years ago. And I had had a hip replacement from 15 years of professional dancing, wore it out. And it was my PT who said, "Do you have a history of Parkinson's?" I'm like, "No." She goes, "Well, you're not standing up straight." And I said, "Yes, I am. I'm a dance professor. I'm always standing up straight." She said, "No, you actually are not." And they had noticed in my rehab with PT that I was kind of tripping over my feet when I get up from one exercise to the next. And then, so she said, "No, I think you really should see a neurologist." And when I saw the neurologist, I went down the checklist and like, "Do you have this?" And my husband's like, "Yes." "Do you have this?" Yeah, he went down the list. And I had only noticed a year before that I was having a tremor in my hand. And I was also having a lot of muscle spasms. So I'd be teaching ballet and putting my foot would go like this. And I talked to the doctor and he said, oh, it's nothing, you know, eat more bananas, it's probably potassium. And then a year later, I find out that I have Parkinson's, and sure enough, and the medication has been tremendous. And also, the neurologist said to me, well, you're in the perfect profession, because
Yeah.
movement is key. And so that has inspired me to continue dancing.
Great.
I'm Julie Carnell.
Hello?
Is that better?
Everybody here okay in the back?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm Julie Carnell. I retired at 49 early with another disease. I retired from Bank of America. There, I was a customer service manager for 2 banking centers, and I was diagnosed in 2022. But I've traced my symptoms probably back 7 years before that. I'm left-handed, unfortunately, but Parkinson's is on my left side. It's actually on both sides, but more dominant on my left. I've had tremors on my left side, on my hand, on my foot. And when I went to a pain specialist, she said, why is your foot shaking? And she watched me for a while and she sent me to a neurologist where I was diagnosed. I was dragging my foot and my handwriting was small too, and my balance was off some. Some of my obstacles would be weakness in my hands and my feet, my legs, my arm. It's, as you well know, it almost feels like dead weight. You just can't do anything with it. You're very weak in your hands sometimes. Standing long periods of time, and walking is a little bit of a problem, but I hang in there. Medication adjustment, which I am doing now, and that's one reason why my tremors are a little rough right now, is because I'm trying to adjust to new medication. Also, my other obstacle is Gertrude. And you ask, who's Gertrude? Gertrude is my narcissistic companion who always needs attention. That is my Parkinson's, but Gertrude is not who I am.
I love it. Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna ask the next question to my panelists. What are some simple morning routines that have helped start your day with more energy, mobility, and confidence? Starting again with Fred.
Probably, I mean, I say this in jest, but it's true, not getting up. I wake up, but it probably takes me 45 minutes before I get out of bed. Unless there's an appointment or something. But it's just, I'll just lie there and slowly wake up. I'll get up and take my meds and go back to bed. And just kind of stretch while I'm laying there. It's very different from when I was working, where it was the alarm goes off, you pop out of bed into the shower and I'm in the car in 15 minutes. But like I said, it probably takes me 30 to 45 minutes to actually get out of bed. And in that time, the medicines are kicking in. I'm stretching a little bit. I feel a little more human, and then I'll actually get up and join the world.
Just as Fred, I don't get out of bed pronto. I take my medications and wait, because usually I wake up and there's a lot of things that are aching from moving the day before. 2 hip replacements as a dancer, and so along with Parkinson's, I've learned not to jump out of bed. I have a cat who helps me, come awake by walking on me and wanting attention. So that's the first way that I take my medication, and then I get the cat attention. And then my husband lovingly makes me hot tea. And I find that tea and watching the birds outside, along with the cat interrupting, is how I slowly welcome the day. I've learned to get up earlier so that I have the time to do that. I used to just jump out of bed, as you said, hop in the shower, get going, all the things that I have to do. I find that I have to prepare more the night before for my classes the next day, because I'm not thinking as quickly. And I write really small, and half the time I have to reread and refigure out what I have written. But the birds and the cat and the tea is how I start with then easy stretches.
I usually get up and I do various exercises. I don't do the same every day because I don't want to get bored of doing them and not do them. It's very important that I do my exercise. I always do my breathing exercises every day and exercises with my hands, since I'm having problems with my hands. I eat a good breakfast. I take my medications on time, and it helps that I get up
to take my medication at 5 o'clock in the morning. The sun's not up, so I get to watch the sunrise. I look at that as a meditation time. I see the day come alive and it helps me come alive too. I also give myself a pep talk in the mirror. I will look at that and I'll say, boy, you're looking good today. It's time to take this world and make something of it and make a great day for a great day. And this way, I know that my life is worth getting out there and doing something for someone else too.
Great. You mentioned about drinking warm coffee or tea or something warm in the morning, which is good to help stimulate movement and alertness. And also you were talking about a good meal, a good breakfast. So starting your day with something nutritious. Is there anything specific that you like to have? Thanks.
Really? Oh. It's like musical chairs. I like to eat side dishes. I like fruit, I like nuts, even eat vegetables in the morning too. I save my protein for at night because that way I can limit how much I eat there.
I'm a big fan of mixed berries and oatmeal. And singing in the shower helps me.
How about you, Fred?
As far as breakfast
Yes,
goes,
do you have anything?
it's usually just either an English muffin or I'll pick up a chicken biscuit or something like that.
So the next question I have for my panel is, what are your go-to adaptive tools for your daily tasks such as eating, bathing, dressing, writing, and technology? And if you do have a favorite, where did you buy it from?
Favorite what?
Adaptive tool.
I really don't have too many because of the fact that my Parkinson's is right-sided and I'm left-handed. So I've been very lucky in that standpoint. I depend tremendously on the bed getting dressed. You know, I saw a meme one time about my friends are out mountain climbing while I'm trying to stay upright, putting on my underwear. The sad thing is it's true. One of my best friends from work and his wife just did Mount Kilimanjaro. And so just things like, you know, not trying to overdo things, sitting down while I'm getting dressed, getting things together. But like I said, I don't have any of like the button pullers or things like that. I do use the jar grabber. I have one of those vinyl jar grabbers that I use a lot simply because I can't get, even with my left side, I don't get enough of a grip anymore on things like jar tops and things like that. But otherwise, I'm fairly independent.
I'm highly dependent upon my pill alarm and my pill organizers. I always have my 2 weeks and my students will see me, you know, the alarm will go off at 12 o'clock and I'll be like, what a break. And then I'll go and take my pills and they know what I'm doing. And I would be lost without that. I also had a cane that I got for my hips, but with PT, I find it's actually it's a great help with PT and lengthening arms and to use that because in PT often for shoulder things, they'll give you a cane to use. And so I found multi-purpose usefulness.
That's right. As a dancer, you need to be. Because you're using a lot of limbs there. Much before I was diagnosed with Parkinson's, my husband and I remodeled our bathrooms. Lucky me. It worked fine because we not only put a seat in the shower with a wand next to the seat so I don't have to get up and get the wand. That's very important to ask for that. We put bars in the shower. We wind the doorways. We have bars by the commode. We decided at the time when we were remodeling, why not do some other things? So we put on our handles, instead of knobs, we have a lever, which is very important since you sometimes have a hard time with grip. To avoid falls, what I do is at night, I not only have night lights, I also use my wheelchair. This way I know that I will not fall if I'm sleeping and I can get to where I need to be. I dictate to the phone and the computer when my hand is out. And last year, here, I got an extendable back scratcher. I'm hoping that they would have another one. I didn't see it this time. I would highly recommend to get one. Not only is it good for your back, but it is also good for getting things out of the back of the washer and dryer. So I use that. We also have done a lot of things in our home, such as remote control blinds. We have Alexa that I use frequently, and she does our lights. And one of my best tools for cooking is a rocker knife. That way I know that I'm not getting my fingers near the blade.
So Julie is an OT. She does all the tricks of an OT to PT, so we're gonna hire her. But that was great suggestions. So as an OT, some of the things that we use is a button hook. So if you're having trouble with managing buttons, you can buy these on Amazon. It's called a button hook, and they're really useful. And then another thing I like to recommend is a car handle. So when you're getting out of the car, you can buy this on Amazon. You just stick it in and it gives you something to push off so you can get out a little bit easier. Everybody see that okay? But there's all different kinds of tricks. I've heard satin sheets and satin pajamas is a good trick if you're having trouble getting to the bathroom at night. You're not moving as easily. If you try the satin sheets with some pajamas, you can get out quicker. Did you have something to add, Julie?
Yeah, I did want to add that a lot of these items you can get from Amazon, but there is a place in Newport News called Scottish Rite, and that is been put on by the Masons. They get medical equipment such as beds, wheelchairs, other things. They even have electric wheelchairs. They redo them and they give them to you for free. So if you need anything, please check out Scottish Rite.
What is Scottish
Rite?
W-R-I?
Scottish R-I-T-E.
R-I-T-E.
In Newport News. They're very good and very kind. You call them first and they'll find out if they have something, and then you can go get it from them free.
Great. So I think we've touched on most of the things that I would recommend. The long handled shoehorn is very helpful along with your reacher. If you're using electronic toothbrush or has a little bit more grip than a regular toothbrush. What else am I missing? PT, you guys got any good suggestions?
I tell people to, if they're a super freezer and they have a hard time getting out of the car, have their care partner keep chalk in their car, and you can put X's in the parking lot, so you know where to step for a target. Because car transfers.
She didn't hear. She didn't hear. So she said she recommends to keep chalk in your car so that you can put X's for where you have a visual cue to step. If you're having trouble with freezing. So your care partner can put X's for you to step. Anything else you guys can think of? All right. All right, next one. What tips, if any, do you have for easier eating? Easier eating.
Once again, I don't get into that much. Now, that being said, I have a really good friend back in Houston with Parkinson's, and he has a real problem with cutting up his food and such. So his wife had little cards made up that said, I have Parkinson's, and can you pre-cut my, basically, when they go out to eat, she discreetly hands it to the waiter. So they pre-cut things before they come out, and she's not reaching across the table and cutting his food for him or things like that. It's more of just a personal dignity type of thing, and they never really say anything. It's just slip it to the waiter, and he or she takes care of it before the food's brought out.
That's a great suggestion. I hadn't heard of that.
I appreciate that. I use my husband. My husband usually cuts my food up in smaller bites for me at home anyway. But he's tremendously understanding. I also find that I get very dehydrated a lot, and that affects my swallowing. And so that I find that, yes, even with the smaller bites, that I need to drink a lot of water. So I find that that's really helpful for me with the swallowing issues, and the singing keeps my vocal muscles in my throat. So I advise everybody should sing in the shower.
I always choose a quiet environment. Drives me crazy when I go to a restaurant Everything's so loud, it just gets me all nervous. So I pick a quiet environment so I can hear the other person and they can hear me. I focus on what I'm eating. I take small bites, and when I talk to the waitress, I ask them to fill my cup or glass 3/4 of the way full instead of all the way full. And a lot of times I ask, do you have plastic containers? And they're very helpful in not having glass, because sometimes that will slip in my hands. And I always ask for a lot of napkins.
So you touched on eating in a calm, quiet environment, which helps reduce distractions. So that makes the distractions can make your tremors worse. So that's a very good point. And then if you're having a lot of difficulty as an OT, I would suggest resting your elbow on the table. Oh, we have a ghost in here. Resting your elbows on the table, which helps with stability while you're eating, bringing your food to your mouth. Drink plenty. Oh, well, hello. What's going on? Drink plenty of water to aid with digestion and your medication absorption. So make sure you guys are staying hydrated. And then you could use a scoop plate that it makes it so you don't spill as much. You can get those also on Amazon. Okay. Next question for my panel is, how do you manage your medications effectively? How do you track side effects? And what should you report to your doctor? Brett.
I use one of those 4x7 pill sorters, so once a week I'll fill it up. In the morning when I take morning meds, I then take all the meds other than bedtime meds and carry them with me and have alarms set on my iPhone. So it'll go off when the next, because sometimes, you know, I'm on an extended release levodopa, and sometimes things are just going and the alarm goes off and you hit it, you don't think until an hour later and you realize I missed that med. And so anyway, so I use the alarms on my phone, I use the sorter. I have a spreadsheet that I use notes on my phone when I'm out, but when I'm at home, I then transfer them to a spreadsheet for everything for the doctor. I've learned to kind of simplify it a little. Before we moved up here, we were living in Houston, and I went to University of Texas, Houston for my neurologist, and I was having some issues with orthostatic hypotension. And she said, well, keep a spreadsheet with what are you doing, what's your blood pressure, you know, that. And so the next time I went, I brought the spreadsheet that I got out to the QQ column. And she said, well, let's just simplify it. Is it before or after your med? You know, trying to figure out if it's tied to when the timing of my medication, or what was I doing? Was I dehydrating or that type of thing? But I think just getting it all sorted a week at a time, staying ahead of it. I always keep an eye on my Parkinson's related meds, especially because if we're going to be traveling, I'll bring my pill sorter, but I also bring the actual bottles themselves in the original bottles. I've done enough international traveling to far corners of the world with work that I've learned that some countries, if the prescription is not in the original bottle, will consider it drug trafficking. And so keep your meds in the original containers when you're traveling.
And I will say that I was traveling internationally last year, and I had letters from my doctor saying this is what I was, from my various doctors, saying this is the medication and why I was on it. It was just simpler than bringing all my cases with me, because there's so many medications that I take. But I have a similar pill case for a week, but you can pop out the day, so I carry the day with me because I don't know where I'm gonna be for breakfast, lunch, dinner and evening, so that way I always have it with me. I don't leave home without that. Just that day. I find that water is a big thing for me to stay hydrated. And then I do keep track of, mostly for me, things that I need to track are having that thinking spell between doses. And that's something that I'm constantly talking to my doctor. I make sure that I'm letting my doctor know, and they don't always have a solution, which can be frustrating, but there are options, and some of them I've done and some of them I have not done. So that's an ongoing thing for me that I just have to track how that medication is doing.
I have written instructions that I have for my husband, in case there comes a time that I'm not able to do my own medicine. Right now, I'm very lucky that I still can do that. There are so many different aspects of how to trace it. Some people have something on Apple, other phones have the same type of format. I use a weekly pill box that I fill up with my medications, except for my Parkinson's medication. And I do this by the week, but it is something that I can carry with me. It has 4 compartments. I actually write it on the back, how many pills go in each compartment, so I will not forget. I'll say, oh, that's supposed to have 5 pills, and I know that that particular area has 5 pills in it. Some of these you can buy with actually a timer on the side to fit in your pocket, which is great. I also use Ziploc bags. Now, I put my medications like Fred in bottles, but then I put it in a Ziploc bag and I'll say, these are the normal medications I take in the morning. These are the ones I take at night. These are my Parkinson's medications. So each one goes in a separate bag with that list that I made for my husband. It is easy to follow. I use Fitbit. I'm wearing one now. Just a second ago, I took my 330 pills. I do Alexa reminders. She is wonderful. She does so many things for you. And I also have a system tracker book. I got this from Amazon. You can do that on a spreadsheet, or you can do it like this. And this will give you the information, everything that the doctor would need to, what your mood is for the day, what your challenges are, and everything else. It is wonderful to take to him, and I have taken it to VCU, to my doctor, and he is used to it.
And you probably just put an Amazon symptom tracker book. Is that how you found it?
Yes. Yes,
So
I found that at Amazon.
you type a lot of things in Amazon and they. Okay, so we talked about alarms, that's great. And does anybody have any way that they track their water as we were talking about dehydration? Do you have?
It's in the book.
It's in the book. So she tracks her water in the book. There's also some that have the timers, or they tell you how much you need to drink a day. Do you guys, anybody use that? No? Okay. All right. Anything you guys need to add on that? Okay. This one is a good one for you. What types of daily exercises have you found most beneficial, and how do you stay motivated to do those exercises? And do you feel that it's important because it provides you with a sense of community? Yeah, Brad.
Say that last sentence.
Do you feel like whatever exercise, if you're doing exercises in the community, is that important to you?
As far as what exercises, primarily I do the rock steady boxing a couple of days a week. Walking, weather permitting, not like the 97 degrees, but weather permitting, I play golf with a golf cart. It's actually great for balance, and I've actually gotten better at golf because of the Parkinson's, because I can no longer just rip it and rip it. I have to actually pay attention to what I'm doing. The walking becomes sometimes been a bit of an issue. What I find is as I tire around my right legs, my right foot starts dragging. And so I went, for you younger ones over there, this is an iPod, so I usually use my iPod with one ear in so I can hear traffic or people or whatever. But what I found early on was I'd always walk with the music playing, and when I was getting tired and my song came on, it stopped dragging. And so I built a playlist of about 56 songs that have the same beat as my cadence when I'm walking. And I was looking at it this morning, and it's fairly eclectic because it's got everything from like Beach Boys and the Beatles to Flogging Molly and Boz Scaggs and the Zac Brown Band and whatnot. But it really didn't matter. It's just the fact that beat is there, and that keeps me, for whatever reason, whether it's muscle memory or not, I don't know, but I don't drag my foot when I've got the right beat music playing. And community is incredibly important. I actually, when we first moved here, I was going to Comer for boxing. And it was all fine, it was good. But I moved over then I ran into Scott from Apex accidentally. He actually called me because he was looking for information about a PD Self program. And it's not only the boxing twice a week, it's once a month, there's a social event. And I think in the Parkinson's world, especially that community that other people are going through the same thing you are, it is critically important.
Thanks for sharing. I was gonna say that I'm not from this area, so if you were a part of a community here that others may benefit from, I appreciate you sharing.
I never used to walk until I was diagnosed with Parkinson's, and dancers, or as a dance professor, I teach, but then I watch them do the aerobic part of it. I'll teach it once and then they do all the work. But when I found out that I had Parkinson's, I started looking around, and I discovered the Mark Morris Dance Company in New York has created a Dance for PD program, and it has a website that you can go on and see free classes. But I found that it was unique in that it combines dance and music and the creative spirit, and it gives community and connection. And I think that that's the thing I found most valuable about teaching this, is getting students connecting with the community, and for me, as a person with Parkinson's, like-minded people. And there's just such a wonderful sense of connection and community there, that it is the one class in all the classes I teach that I leave with such joy, because they are filled with such joy, and their determination and the students' interest. So many of the students who take that are studying neurology, or the future of the research that we were talking about, that we heard all about today. And so it's been just so rewarding for me. I'm a strong advocate for go on, find a free class for Dance for PD, or July 18th, I start back with my Friday 10:30 free classes at Wyndham Mary. So come join us in dance.
I exercise the first thing in the morning. This motivates me for the rest of the day, because I feel like, okay, you started it off right, you do what they say, you exercise. During the exercise program, I do drumming at the same time. I use my recumbent bike. I do my breathing exercises every day, and I do my hand exercises every day, because those are very important to me. I exercise to music. On YouTube, they have a lot of things for Silver Sneakers. There's Metro Silver Sneakers is the site that I use, and he does things in the chair and out of the chair too. And he does it to different things like Beyonce, Motown. They do all different things, and it gets me going. My support groups are very important to me. I not only have them on Zoom, but I have a local support group, the Smithfield Shakers. Right now, I am taking a break from doing their newsletter and being an active participant at the meetings, because I have other obligations in the family that I need to work on. But I plan to come back, and your support groups are extremely important. The YMCA is extremely important to me. That's where I do go to the manual walking machine and with a harness, and I lean into it when I walk. That way it saves my back, and it also gives me the exercise I need. The drumming classes I truly enjoy. There are so many benefits, as you saw earlier from one of our speakers for Zoom classes in drumming or in person. My friends, my family motivate me, and even though I'm not actively right now in the support group working with them, I still keep contact with my friends, and they motivate me quite a bit. Oh, I also do 3D puzzles. Those things are great. They're a lot of fun, and it's quite an accomplishment when you can take and make a carousel music box. I didn't think I'd ever do it, but it's a lot of fun.
So you were talking about drumming classes. Have you actually taken a class here?
No, I haven't taken a class here. What was in two drumming groups. One was with a gentleman who was with the Davis Finney Foundation. He is the ambassador for them. He's out of British Columbia. He taught through the Parkinson Society of British Columbia for 2-3 sessions, and now he's working out of his own home. And he also does rock steady boxing. And I work with Jason Baker, Armstrong Baker, who is a music therapist, and he works with John Hopkins Center of Music. It's very good. And I'm in my third or fourth session with him. He works on rhythm and timing, and we don't use drums for that, but the other one we do. And we're thinking about locally having a drumming circle.
That sounds like talk to Julie if you're interested.
Please.
Well, this kind of leads into our next question. We were talking about incorporating music into your daily routine. And as Dr. Cloud presented this morning about freezing, rhythmic auditory stimulation with music can add a steady beat that improves your walking speed, your stride length, and coordination. Listening to music can help overcome freezing by providing a rhythmic cue to step. It helps with mood and stimulates your dopamine release. And singing helps strengthen vocal cords and increase your speech volume. And music engages memory and attention. So on that note, what are your my panelists, what are your favorites? What is your favorite song that motivates you the most when you're walking or just during the day?
I don't really have a
You
single
don't have a favorite one?
favorite song.
Okay.
Um,
Nothing from your playlist that when you put on, it just gets you going.
some of the Earth, Wind and Fire songs get things going.
Walking on Sunshine is one of my favorites. And Happy by Pharrell. Happy, just, you can't put that song on and not smile. What I love in the classes that I do is that the students bring in music. And so I hear music that I never heard on my own or would hear on my own, but also then the participants in the class will bring in their favorites. So we'll have Sinatra Day, or we'll have, the 1980s day, and everyone will dress up. And so music is really key to whatever I do. And so I can't imagine a world without it. So.
Well, I think all three of us could say we can't imagine a world without music. There's so many things. There's not a lot of favorites that I have because I have so many that I like. Just to give you a few of those, meditation music. I go on Spectrum TV, and on one of the channels, they have a soundscapes, and they just play nice music. I found myself laying 3 hours in bed listening to that, not going to sleep, but listening to it. And I was so calm with no tremors after it was over. Maybe I'll go home and do that again. I walk at times with my urban poles. They were developed by a therapist in Canada for Parkinson's people. They're extremely good if you use them. You can also, my drummer, therapist has said that, given me ideas of how to work with my rhythm and timing and my Parkinson's rhythm and timing, not the regular, but the Parkinson's rhythm and timing. I am doing that some, and my music would be like Eric Clapton, Steve Winwood, and our local boy, Bruce Hornsby. Favorite, anything that has to do with drumming, I love it. Happy is another one I like. And U2 exercises to music is important. And my husband and I have a favorite song by the Seekers called There'll Never Be Another You. I would add that I sing in my church's choir, and I think it's so wonderful that there's a choir here.
Yes.
And
Get
that's
involved.
also such a community in that.
Yeah. So I wrote down, choose rhythmic songs that are 80 to 120 beats per minute for walking and movement. A good one is Ain't No Mountain High Enough. And then for energy and focus, Staying Alive by the Bee Gees. Those are good ones. Anybody got another one? You guys got anyone to shout out one that they like? Oh, I got one over here.
There's actually already a Parkinson's playlist on Spotify for all songs for 100 to 110 beats per minute. It's power standing 100 to 110, and it's 5.5 hours long. So you don't have to repeat any songs.
Did you hear that in the back? It's called. Come on up.
It's called Power, PWR, exclamation point, standing, 100 to 110 beats per minute. And so it already has a playlist created for you that you can kind of walk to if you don't want to create your own.
Thank you. Perfect. Okay, we're almost wrapping up. So this next question is, do you have any tips for managing travel with Parkinson's? Have you ever used a travel package that some companies offer?
Yeah, I mean, I have a few, and it's interesting because when I retired with over 2 million miles on United, so I wasn't a stranger to airports in anywhere from Indonesia to the Middle East to South America, to Chicago. You know, it was just the way it was. And then I found with Parkinson's, my Parkinson's really flares going from the car to the gate. Transitions are bad. Any kind of transition seems to aggravate my Parkinson's. And so what I found, and it wasn't necessarily intentional, although once I was diagnosed, my wife and I looked at our travel wish list and rearranged it a little to put the more physically stressful ones up front and put the more sit back with a colorful drink ones further down the list. But a few things for traveling, we find most of our vacations now are either cruises or national parks. And national parks will stay in the lodge. So like last year, we went to Yosemite and stayed in the lodge in the valley. And so we get there, you unpack, you enjoy yourself, you get on the bus, and then at the end of the week, you pack and you go to wherever you're going. And so once again, we've minimized those transitions. Cruises are the same way. You get on board, you unpack. We've done Panama Canal, we did Greece and Turkey. We've done a number of different cruises too. And so I find that anything I can do to minimize transitions and vacation is good. And then the other thing, and I just found out about this last year, I still do a support group back in Houston through Zoom. And somebody was talking about hidden disabilities and the sunflower. And it started in Europe, but it's taken part over here. And so a lot of people have hidden disabilities, and TSA is trained on it. And what it is it doesn't get you, you know, to the short line or anything else. But what it does tell the people at TSA is you have a hidden disability, so back off a little bit. Don't be there in your face. Come on, get your stuff on the belt. Come on, let's keep it moving. So they just kind of fall backwards. So, you know, go back a little bit. I used it the first time in February. We flew into Fort Lauderdale, but we flew home from Panama City, Panama. And I wore that, and I don't know whether it was the people saw it and reacted accordingly, or psychosomatically, I was expecting to be less stressed because I had it on, so I was expecting less potential confrontation in the airport. In either case, though, it made a tremendous difference. Just I wasn't nearly as at the level of anxiety that I usually do when I travel.
Did everybody in the back see that okay? You want me to hold it up? And where did you get this?
I just Googled hidden disability sunflower, and it was the first hit that came up. And like I said, it started over in Europe, but actually, you know, on their website, they say where it's used. And we were in Istanbul, and I saw they actually had Turkish Air actually had a big poster about it. And so it's just, like I say, it's not to get on board first or anything else. It's simply to let people that are in the airport know that, you know, you need to cut me a little bit of slack here. I'm doing the best I can.
We traveled to England last summer, and it wasn't partially because I had my other hip replaced. But calling ahead with the airlines and just letting them know that I need a little help, and it was great. And it made it very easy. In that case, it was something that they let me board early to get down there, get down to the exit, probably. But I did find also in England that they have free carts. Like we went to Oxford and we walked into the shopping mall and had a cart that was, you know, motorized, and I could just drive around, but it wasn't just for that. I took it out of the mall into Oxford proper and all over, and it was free, and I had it all day long. And every little town, almost every little town we went to in England had that available. So I couldn't walk all the places I wanted to walk. So check that out, look for it. You know, I know in England has that, they're a lot better about disability and manage, helping you manage disabilities. And so I just found that was really helpful.
Well, I'm glad I'm on this panel because I've learned a lot from you guys. I know that, you know, we haven't taken any cruises yet. We do the national parks. We haven't gone to Europe yet, but we hope to. We've hit the lower 49 states. We've still got the other 2 to go, of course. And then we always do vacation rental by owner. That way we're set up ahead of time. We know what we're getting. And we can talk to the owners of those properties too. And we've made a lot of friends. In fact, we just made some friends in South Carolina and we're going back to their place again. They're just wonderful people that you meet that have these vacation rentals. I always make a list ahead of time. I pack as far as I put everything out on a spare bed and leave it there and then work down. I put too much out at one time, I know, and that way I can subtract things. The night before leaving, I make my last list of the things that I couldn't pack that I need for that particular day to start. That way I will not forget anything. I pack early. I don't rush. I don't overdo myself. I take time to rest and be at the present when we're on vacation. I find places that have seats in the shower and in the shower or have bars or something in a tub that I can get in and out of. I sometimes take a mat with me for the bathtub. And I always, as I said, look for a shower seat. When I actually travel, I make sure that our trip, and my husband does this too, is not too long. When I'm trying to adjust to something new in my life with new symptoms or another stage, I always make sure that we'd have these shorter trips, 3 or 4 hours compared to 5 or 6 hours. And each hour or so I get out, we walk. I have an exercise ball that I use in the car. I make sure I get plenty of sleep. I carry water with me. And I try very hard to put the phone away and be in the present and enjoy my trip.
Yeah, I guess one other thing that I would add is leaving time for things. In other words, you know, it's getting to the airport that much earlier because it is gonna take me a little longer to get in from the parking lot. When we're scheduling the day, it's no longer, if it's Tuesday, it must be Belgium like travel and you're trying to plow through things. We went to Disney World a year ago with our grandson. 6-year-old grandson who had both sets of grandparents and his parents, and that was about the right ratio for keeping up with him. But what I did every day is around 2 o'clock is I went back to the hotel and laid down for a couple of hours just to regenerate a little bit. And no matter what we do, we always try and make sure that we brick out 2 or 3 hours of time somewhere between noon and 4 or 5 o'clock to just, you know, recuperate from the first part of the day so we can enjoy the second part of the day.
So I did a little research and I have not personally used this travel, but I just wanted to give you guys some options. I found there's a company called Limitless Travel that has group tours and cruises designed for individuals with various disabilities, including Parkinson's. There's an organization called Pass to Pass org, which organizes hikes specifically for people with Parkinson's, and the trips are planned and led by people with Parkinson's or close connection to Parkinson's disease. And then there's Accessible Go, which provides resources for travelers with disabilities, including hotel, transportation, and destination guides. So if anybody, yes, sure, Limitless Travel, Limitless Travel. passtopass.org. Pass, like you're passing a car, passtopass.org. That's the hiking. And Accessible Go. Accessible, like it's Accessible Go. Anybody need that repeated? Good. Has anybody ever used a travel package here for Parkinson's? Anybody? No?
I don't know.
Yeah. Have to let us know if you do. Okay, so let's wrap it up. What is one piece of encouragement or wisdom you want to share with others living well with Parkinson's?
I would say the biggest thing is, for me anyway, is just reminding myself that Parkinson's is what I have, not who I am.
One of my favorite quotes is that life isn't about waiting for the storm to pass. It's about learning to dance in the rain.
That's a great, both of those are very good. I really enjoyed that. I had so many things that have changed with this questions. We were given these questions ahead of time, and that's the reason why we're looking at those, because we want to make sure we got everything covered. And then I said, well, how can I cover all these different things that I'm trying to say? Okay, I'm gonna date myself. I know we had a speaker that said something about this word that the seventies, people in their seventies usually say. And I'm 73, so I might as well say it. Resilience, to be resilient. It helps you and others in all aspects of your journey with Parkinson's. You recover from challenges and changes faster. You move forward quicker and easier with your symptoms. You gain knowledge quicker. And you find a form of self-worth. And that is very important to us. And as Parkinson's deteriorates us, it is not who we are. And we need to show that for our self-worth. It helps you keep a sense of humor, which you always have to have with Parkinson's. If you don't have a sense of humor in life, it doesn't work. You have to have a sense of humor and laugh at yourself. You gain a stronger support group with resilience. And you keep a positive track of an attitude toward hope for a future with a cure for this disease.
Yes, ma'am. At this time, I would like to open up for anybody that has questions for our panel or anything else that you would like to add to the discussion from today that could benefit others.
I have a question for Fred.
Fred.
We are looking at going to China. Do you have any recommendations or ideas on how to make it better?
Don't.
No.
I really don't. I mean, China is one of the large countries I haven't been to. Oh, she was saying.
She just said she had been there.
So I really don't have, anything that I could add to that. Most of the, I've been to a lot of that part, with Cambodia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and everybody has always been really good, and you think you're going to this third world place, and that you're really not. China's probably a lot more handicap adapted than the US is in that sense, because so many of the cities are so much newer than ours, but I really wouldn't have any, other than just give yourself a lot of time.
Denise, do you have any? She's been, so.
I was mostly in Beijing and teaching, but I will say, just make sure you get all your shots. Check the government regulations for travel, because I found there's some things that I didn't have any idea of what to think to look out for. Don't drink the water. Don't eat any fruit that's cut, because we had a whole dance company get sick because they ate fruit salad. So, I mean, and this is recent, so this is not, there are conveniences, but when I went into the universities, they still have the open pit toilets. So it was surprising to me. I hadn't expected that, so yes, they have advances, but not everywhere. And so those are just basic things that I would recommend, bottled water. Only so many dancers got sick, it was not fun.
Anybody else? Thank you. Yes, sir.
I cut back on my medicine because I don't want to get sick. Give me a tip where I can take my medicine 3 times a day and not get sick. Nauseous. You mentioned a good one in the morning. That's one of the best I've ever heard.
Oh, just getting up, taking and going back to bed?
Yes.
Yeah, obviously, I'm a geologist, I'm used to dealing with dead things, not living things, but. You know, I knew when I was just on regular cinnamon, regular carbidopa, levodopa, I had to eat some Ritz crackers or something at the same time I was taking it, simply to help with the nausea.
Do you go from the morning till late night, because you said you took some at night?
Oh, yeah, I take I'm on, Crexon. I was on Plavix, and Crexon actually is about 7 or 8 hours, but I get overlapped that way. So I take it when I get up, I take it at 1 o'clock, I take it at 6 o'clock, and I take it before I go to bed.
How about fatigue? Have you had that problem?
Fatigue, oh yeah,
What do you do for that?
take a nap. You know, I mean, I've tried battling through it, but when the fatigue really hits, it's not like it used to be where you can just put your head down and plow through it, for me anyway,
What's
it's,
your best golf score?
yeah, I'm sorry.
What's your best golf score?
My best golf score in the last few years, probably 89. Most of the time, more like 95 to 100.
What you play?
But main thing is I'm out there playing, and actually I have different shoes. I read about a pair of shoes called Squares, not spelled correctly. And they said you get more distance because of your stability. Well, what caught my eye was the stability part. And it's got a very wide toe box. And so now I'm looking for sneakers with a wide toe box, if anybody knows a sneaker brand with a wide toe box.
I'm not sure, what I did is I consulted my doctor and talked to him to find out, because I was having problems with my medication too. He has changed, I've changed actually from a regular neurologist to a motion specialist. And that's the way to really go. And I love my other doctor, but he said when he couldn't help me anymore, that he would send me to a motion specialist. And that's where I am at VCU right now. I've gone once and we're working on adjusting my medication. Consulting him might be, your doctor might be a way to go. And he'll tell you some of the things that you can do, some of the things that you can and cannot eat. Crackers, they have always recommended to me too, because it's light, it's something that will work and keep you from getting sick. But what I would do is I would consult your doctor, and they always recommend exercise too.
So we're getting ready to end for the day. We'll have our final question and then we'll wrap up so we can get you guys up out of here.
This is where.
Hi, this is not a question, but some local opportunities in response to the topics that were discussed. While we're talking about drumming, there is a drumming class that I've taken part in at the James City County Rec Center called BAM Drumming Fitness, and you can do it in a chair, you can do it standing up. It's super fun. BAM exclamation point, I think that's like the company's name, but it's really fun, and they have some free classes throughout the summer, I think like once a month, if you want to just try it out. And the car cane you can get locally here at the As Seen on TV outlet in the Williamsburg outlets, if that's of interest. I've bought a couple of those for people. And the last thing I just wanted to say was, in terms of the eating utensils, going out to eat, I found that the types of spoons that you get when you're at like a Japanese restaurant, where the spoon portion itself is kind of like inset and deeper, are really a lot easier for tremor hands to enjoy soup in the wintertime, obviously not in summer, but I bought some of those at the E-Mart in Newport News, and highly recommend those as well.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's give a round of applause to our panelists. So we are now at the end of our program. I want to thank everyone for being here with us today. I know we went a little bit over time, but it was a really great day today. It was education and learning and networking and sharing. If you have not completed your survey, you can leave them on the table. We'll collect it for you. We appreciate you guys being here today. We will do another conference next year. So we'll send the save the date out probably by maybe the fall of when we'll have our next Parkinson's conference in this area. So thank you so much for being here today. I do want to let you know that no rush, but the main doors do lock at 4:30 from the outside in. So make sure you have all of your belongings, because once the doors lock, you will not be able to come back inside. So just want to let you guys know. But thank you so much for being here. Please drive home safely, and we'll see you next year.
Better every year. This was really good. I was here last year. But it was nice to see some Tara. You know, I was one of the ones.
Yes,
instrumental in
yes,
getting that.
yes,
So it
yes.
was good